Alright, welcome back to another start of a series run of Assassin's Creed. Today we're gonna be kicking off our No HUD series challenge, meaning every main title in the series will be played, and it will be played with a No HUD challenge, meaning we're gonna be playing without any minimap, without any combat indicators, mostly without mission markers and anything that the game considers to be essential to the HUD, essentially. And yeah, we're starting with a really good game that the challenge works well with, because this game actually has been initially designed to be played that way. The HUD was actually added to the game like very late in development, because they thought the players needed more hand-holding, essentially. But the whole game is actually designed around the idea of playing without the HUD, because it makes finding investigations more rewarding. It's also very easy actually to navigate through the kingdom, because there's actually kind of like road signs guiding you towards the different locations. And of course the enemy's walls prevent you from going into regions you're not yet to explore according to the memories, which means it's always kind of like an isolated location, you know, which means it's easier to find stuff that you're looking for. So yeah, quite looking forward to this one. I definitely say though that there's gonna be some games in the series that the challenge will be insane with, because they tend to rely more and more on using the minimap and stuff like that over compass. But yeah, the aim is to kind of like take it to the next level, because I've done a series run before, up until Origins I think it was, with a No HUD. And yeah, that one I've done with the option to fast travel, and also to look at the main map at any time, essentially, which meant I could navigate myself much easier. This time, we're gonna limit the amount of times you can look at the map once per hour. So every hour of actual playtime I will add 1 to the counter. And I can then use those to kind of like look at the map, but only for that one time, essentially. I can stack those across the series, which means if I don't look at the map for 10 hours in AC1, it will be taken over into AC2. So it's gonna be something I can rely on to later in the series, hopefully, if I really need it. And I also can't use any fast travel for the entire series, including games like Valhalla, Origins, also this game, you know, because you can fast travel eventually at some point. Like once you've already unlocked a specific location, like Damascus for instance, you can actually fast travel from MASYAF to Damascus. But we won't be doing that. We're gonna be doing all natural exploration. And yeah, that means gonna extend the playtime by doing much more exploration. And yeah, not really trying to interrupt the actual gameplay, essentially. That being said, I can still pause the game at any time, I can still look at the quest log or the other things in the menu, but I can't look at the map except if I have like one counter available, essentially. So yeah, that's the gist of it. Also want to welcome Maxi and Bastard, thank you guys for joining. Sorry it took a bit longer for the explanation initially. But yeah, we're playing the OG game today, and I'm quite looking forward to it. Especially now that I finished Mirage, you know, being very close, I guess, with the idea of this game. It's gonna be great to have a comparison, I guess, and to really ground ourselves back into the Creed, you know, into how it's all started. And what better way really to do it than play the game in the intended way, which, to be honest, is playing No HUD. Like, the developers kind of like stated, you know, that's how the game has been designed. But yeah, I definitely won't be going for every game in the series. Yesterday I was putting up Odyssey and tried to go for No HUD there, and they actually take away so much in Odyssey. It's crazy. You know, like you won't even have like quest markers across or atop the guys, you know. So finding a quest will kind of like be dependent on, I guess, dialogue being triggered, you know. But yeah, with that game it's even more interesting, because sometimes you can accidentally assassinate people when pressing Y, which is also talking. But in the No HUD version of the game, you actually don't see that. You don't see the health bar, you don't see if it's assassinating or talking. So I have to think about if I maybe make an exception for that, you know, like specifically if there is an option to change that. If I maybe turn that on, because that might be essential, you know, to actually be able to play the game properly. But yeah, we're gonna make individual rule sets for each game. But for now, we're resorting to just going for the default No HUD version of the games. So, much talk, little playing. Let's go ahead and start a new profile. Or do you even buy electric from the shops? That's a good question, Stan. Reminds me of Stardust. It's a British movie from like the 2000s. Because Ricky Gervais, he actually plays somebody who's about to buy electric, which is like contained in a container that Robert De Niro kind of like harvested in the sky. And yes, that really happened, and the movie is ridiculous. It's also quite funny. But yeah, Robert De Niro is actually driving a ship in the sky from which he's harvesting thunders and electric, then sell it to Ricky Gervais. Seems legit. So hey there, Maxi, welcome back. Hope the run went well. That was really fast actually. Didn't take you more than 10 minutes. Okay, customize controls. Xbox 360. So that should work with my Xbox One controller. Because I have a kind of like fix in the folder where it changes the control scheme of the Xbox One for the 360. Otherwise you're gonna have very weird button layouts. Alright, so vertical sync, that's another thing. If you have a higher frequency monitor, which I do, then you should usually have this off. However, there's gonna be some kind of like bugs happening with VSync on and off. If you have VSync off, then IT is gonna jump towards an invisible wall sometimes, which prevents them from jumping further, which is actually quite bad for parkour. If you have VSync on, then it can mean you die from jumping into haystacks. So you have to make a decision basically of what's like more important to us. Die from haystacks or to be able to jump further. I think for now I'm gonna leave it on because I want to jump further. Because that's just something I will have to do much more often, you know, kind of like utilize parkour. And with haystacks it's kind of like a 20-80 chance of dying. So I guess I take it. The other thing is I probably won't be synchronizing too many viewpoints because for one, it doesn't give me any benefit really. Most of the time because I can't really look on the map. Since that's one of the rule sets. So yeah, I probably won't be able or even have to jump into too many haystacks, so yeah. Let's leave this on. You have an electric key and you have to top it up and insert it into the electric box. Interesting. I mean, that definitely sounds fair to me, Maxi. At that point, it's her decision, I guess, you know, whether she wants to pay more or not. But yeah, that sounds like unnecessarily complicated. Yeah, that's fair too, Maxi. It's gonna be awesome, you know, getting your own place and especially like getting to move in together. We'll still be trying to keep close to London, I guess so, right, because that's where your workplace is. So I can't change the HUD settings until we actually get into the game. So I have to do it like immediately when we hear the first speech from Al-Mualim. Yeah, exactly, Stan. That just sounds very annoying. Also, hey, the Absolution, welcome in. How's it going? Indeed, yeah, we're doing a No HUD series run. I just explained it, but basically we will be playing through every main title in the series without the HUD, without fast travel, without looking at the map except once every hour. And it's ultimately gonna take it to the next level because I've done this before, but never with this kind of like additional challenge, I guess. So yeah, this will probably take quite a while. Which is also why I started late in this year and not like wait until next year to do it like as an annual run. Because I don't want to do annual series runs anymore. I want to just play through the series because I don't want to be kind of like bound to finishing it in a certain amount of time. That way I can take as much time as I need. I can also take a break from a series if I need to. And yeah, it will really suit with this type of challenge because you'll definitely end up with like a bigger overall playtime per game. So yeah, gonna be interesting. I gotcha, Maxi, that makes perfect sense. Also be much easier to kind of like rent for a while still, you know. Much more convenient, and I guess buying a house in the Philippines would also be much cheaper.
Good sir,
in
spare
the
some
south of
coins,
London.
please. Just a few.
Just a few, please, sir. But is a jump? It definitely is. Including Mirage? Yeah, so these are the games that are included in the series. So gonna be playing AC1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, 3, Black Flag, Rogue, again, because I skipped that last year, Unity, Syndicate is gonna make a return, Origins, Odyssey is gonna make another return, Mirage and Valhalla. So yeah, those are the games that are included. So the only games we're not playing are Bloodlines and Liberation. But those are also not considered to be main entries, so I wanted to focus on those because they are much better built around the idea of playing without the HUD, I guess. I feel like Bloodlines without the HUD wouldn't work quite well. Especially since I don't really know the game too well, I've only played it like 2 times. So the benefit of doing no HUD for me is also that I know these games so well. I have like memorized quite a lot, I guess, at this point. Which means not knowing where a specific thing is on the minimap doesn't matter every time, I guess. But yeah, that's not the case for games like Liberation or Bloodlines, which I've played definitely less than the other titles in the series. Oh, that's nice, Harbinger. I had a good time with Mirage overall. Yeah, fair enough. I wonder what you might think about the story as you progress further. For me, it's been kind of like hit and miss, I guess. But we can discuss that, you know, once we reach like a later point in the story, I guess. But yeah, the gameplay of what I really enjoyed, like the focus on stealth, you know. And yeah, they definitely reworked the stealth too to kind of like be more forgiving. Which I think is good overall in like the city environment. Because if they had like Valhalla's detection system, you know, they would just like spot you from miles away. And they would also alert the entire city. Which would be kind of annoying. Pretty for bedroom house is like 50,000. Yeah. That's a bit. Interesting, Maxi. I mean, yeah, I guess you have to do it like that then. Maybe at some point you can get like a dual, you know, citizenship or something. Maybe when it's like possible to change kind of the property rights, kind of like shared or something. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends how long you will be taking for Origins. I reckon you definitely finish Platinum first, because it's gonna be a long way until I reach Origins with a No HUD, you know. I would say this, none of the side content is mandatory in any of the playthroughs, which means I would just have to finish the main story essentially to finish the playthrough. That being said, I would definitely embrace an investigative nature, which means if I come across a quest, of course I want to do it, because that's the thing with No HUD in the series. Like, if you find anything, it's kind of rewarding, you know, even if it's just like a chest, you know. Since you see nothing on the minimap, finding anything is kind of like rewarded. And that means the playthroughs are gonna take a long time. So, more than enough time for you to finish Platinum for Origins, that's for sure. Also, hey Lucinda, welcome in. Indeed, yeah, about to start here. I'm super excited to be playing the entire series, because there's been a couple games I haven't played without the HUD before, because the last time I've done this was like 4 years ago, I think. I played for individual games with No HUD since then, but yeah, I think it was about 4 years that I played through the series like back to back without the HUD. And I would say that was the toughest challenge so far. Definitely. Yeah, this time we're gonna take it to the next level, because we're gonna be not using any fast travel. And I've also can only look on the map like once per hour, essentially. So it's gonna be quite immersive, I guess, and also it's gonna take more time because of it. But yeah, I would say let's go and start. So, first things first. No control HUD, no sync bar, no weapon icon, and no GPS system. Never get anything done. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, you know, because there's definitely games that work better with a No HUD than others. From my memory, the Ezio games are actually notoriously bad for the No HUD, because they rely so much on the minimap for like checkpoints and stuff, you know. Because often it's like 10 checkpoints in like one quest. We gotta go like from one point to another. And finding that without the minimap is actually really ridiculous, because sometimes you just run past them and you don't always know either if you triggered them. So that's something I want to see, not looking too much forward, like those kind of missions, but I think I've memorized them good enough that we can do this. If not, I of course can look at the map at least a couple of times. I can also stack the amount of times I can look on the map across the series. So, for example, if I don't look on the map like for 5 hours straight in this game, which is definitely possible, then I have like 5 looks at the map, essentially. And I could use those to kind of get that kind of mission done later. But yeah, actually for like a specific rule set, that's essentially how it's gonna be. I mean, that's cool, Maxi. I've heard good things about the Philippines. That would be cool to actually, you know, get to see that part of the world, because I've never been that far east before. I think the furthest east I've ever been was like Romania.
I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind. For in much wisdom is much grief, and he increaseth knowledge, increaseth sorrow.
We've got a problem. Rejecting the treatment. Retreating.
Desmond, I need you to try and relax.
Let me try and stabilize.
Focus. Listen to the sound of my voice. Recognize that what you're seeing isn't real. Just a picture of the past. It can't hurt you.
Damn it. It's not working.
Give it a moment, mister. You'll adjust. The first time is never easy.
We're losing him.
That's enough, Mr. Stillman.
We need to pull him out. Now.
All right, Desmond. We're going to try and bring you out now.
Looks like a little dance that IT is doing there.
You okay?
I told you he'd be fine.
Bastards!
Now, I just saved your life.
Saved my life? You kidnapped me. You strapped me into that thing.
Animus. It's an animus.
I don't even know you people. Why are you doing this to me?
You have information we need, Mr. Miles.
Information? I'm a bartender, for Christ's sakes. What do you want me to do? Teach you how to mix a martini?
We know who you are. What you are.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't play coy with me. There isn't time. You're an assassin. And whether you realize it or not, you've got something that my employers want. Locked away in that head of yours.
But I'm not an assassin. Not anymore.
Yes, your file indicated as much. Something about an escape. Most fortunate for us.
What do you want from me?
For you to do as you're told. The Animus will allow us to locate what we need. Once we have it, you'll be free to go.
I am not going back in there.
Then we'll induce a coma and continue our work. When we're done, you'll be left to die. Truth be told, the only reason you're still conscious is because this approach saves us time.
You're insane.
So what is it, Mr. Miles? Live or die? Lie down.
There we go. Ironically, Assassin's Creed actually starts with a choice.
Lie down, please.
It's to press a button or not. To play the game or to back out. It's kind of funny because if you don't go immediately into the enemies, they're gonna like bug you forever. And Vidic is even gonna be like super angry at some point.
Take care of the rest.
Later on in the game as well.
I need you to lie down, Desmond.
Oh yeah, Maxi, and the food is also amazing, isn't it? Paces courtesans. Now that's nightmare material right there.
We'll take care of the rest.
And hey there, Afro, welcome in.
Lie down, Desmond.
Yeah, they're different variations of a Becca quote.
Lay back.
But yeah, I did make a cooldown on the sound bits, and I also reduced the sound bits quite massively because I wanted to kind of like have less of it going in kind of like more of an immersive playthrough, I guess.
I need you to lie down.
But I also didn't want to turn them off completely because I know that they're quite popular and also, of course, like fun to use sometimes.
Lie down, Desmond.
But yeah, I limited the amount and also the amount of users, I guess.
Lie down.
So it doesn't go like super overboard with sound bits, you know.
I need you to lie down, Desmond.
Yeah, Lucy. I will.
A wise decision.
Whoa. Where am I?
You're inside the Animus.
Which is...
It's a projector that renders genetic memories in 3 dimensions.
Genetic memory.
Seems you'll need a bit of a tutorial. Very well. We'll start simple. What is a memory, Mr. Miles?
It's the recollection of a past event.
Specific to the individual remembering the event.
Yeah, sure.
What if I told you that the human body not only housed an individual's memory, but the memories of his ancestors as well? genetic memory, if you will. Migration, hibernation, reproduction. How do animals know when and where to go? What to do?
That's just animal instinct.
Now you're arguing semantics, Mr. Miles. Whatever you call it, the fact remains. These creatures hold knowledge absent the requisite first-hand experience. I've spent the past 30 years trying to understand why. I discovered something most fascinating. Our DNA functions as an archive. It contains not only genetic instructions passed down from previous generations, but memories as well. The memories of our ancestors.
And the Animus lets you decode and read these DNA files.
Precisely.
But there's a problem. This is the specific memory we're trying to access. Unfortunately, when we try and open the memory, your mind withdraws. You lack the confidence to step into your ancestor's body. That's what happened earlier. You got knocked out of the target memory and pushed back to a more stable state.
Why?
It's your subconscious. It's resisting. We've found similar reactions among patients who undergo hypnosis to relive traumatic events. They can't jump directly into the specific memory. They need to be eased in. Even then, there can be problems.
So how do we fix it?
We find a memory you can synchronize with, and we move forward from there. You'll get used to it. This is the closest we can get, so it's where we'll have to start. I'm uploading the tutorial program now.
And of how I kind of like really setting the stage there for like the whole technology, how it works, why they do it.
Warning, data stream unstable.
It all makes, you know, just sense. That's the important thing with like Assassin's Creed, you know, it always was like trying to be kind of like in a logical, plausible kind of like universe, you know. Like nothing should have been kind of like fantastical or like kind of like out of the realm of possibility, you know. Like this is kind of like a thought experiment that's like easily relatable, I guess, you know. And I think they should really embrace this again, you know, kind of like try to be much more science fiction, you know. Something that isn't possible yet, but who knows, you know, could have been possible at some point.
Station. Hello, Subject 17. This tutorial has been prepared in order to better acclimate you to the Animus's control system. Instructions will follow shortly. The synchronization bar represents how in sync you are with your ancestors' memories. If you ever fall completely out of sync, the Animus will restore you to your last synchronized position.
I don't have a sync bar.
You are currently dangerously close to desynchronization. Please follow all forthcoming instructions in order to restore system stability. The Animus utilizes a puppeteering concept to control
I don't have that either.
your ancestor. I'm loading subroutines to validate your body's adaptation to the Animus. We will begin by exploring the default actions of each input. While standing still, use the head button to observe your environment. Good.
They're just teaching the basics really of the control schemes.
Without causing them to drop what they're holding. Proceed to the marker to continue the synchronization process.
The head button. Yeah, we've come a long way since then, haven't we? I gotta say, I really wish this kind of like layout and high and low profile mode would actually make a return. Because I think it was perfect for AC, really. I mean, it's good they changed it eventually, and they probably shouldn't like do an exact replica maybe, but use it again as an inspiration, because I think low and high profile was very effective. Especially in regards to stealth and movement, you know, because it allowed you to kind of like have two different control schemes at the same time, essentially, right? Like, holding right trigger means you can press other buttons to then perform different kind of like moves and mechanics, essentially. Like doing this. You can actually dodge arrows, for example, by holding right trigger and holding A. And then releasing right trigger will kind of get you back in the standing position. Because you jump to kind of like, you know, get somewhere that you maybe couldn't get to otherwise. So it really gives you more possibilities, you know, rather than just one button always being one thing, essentially.
Well done.
It also allows the parkour system to have more depth again.
Differentiates between two fundamental actions: low profile and high profile. Low profile actions are socially acceptable. High profile actions are more action oriented. Hold the high profile button to see how your heads-up display changes the context of the puppeteering inputs. Excellent.
I like how we just head bob and she's like, excellent.
We will continue your synchronization process by testing some high-profile actions. Grab and throw this individual onto the marker by using the empty hand button in high profile. Good. Using your legs button in high profile will allow you to sprint. Sprinting is useful to escape from soldiers or to get closer to a fleeing target. However, be careful not to bump into anyone, for you can lose your balance and tumble to the ground. While sprinting, reach the marker before this man does. Well done. The Animus will also provide other important information. The social status icon gives you information on your social status. The different states will be explained in context soon.
Don't have it either. What's kind of cool is this game actually has like a lot of kind of like audio functions that act as like giving you an indication for what part of the game you're into, you know. For example, like if you are being in combat, then it gives you audio telling you, you know, that you are. If you're trying to escape, it will also kind of like give you an audio input to tell you that you're escaping. Meaning you're kind of like in the yellow bar where they're searching for you. And if you are hiding in a place and it's like switching to a blue one, it's gonna like have the same sound effect, just like slowed down. And then it will also give you like a sound effect and visual effect on like when you have escaped, you know, and stuff like that's actually very helpful if you're playing without the HUD, because you would just not have to rely to that at all, you know. It's just like, I think for the status indicator, it's really not necessary, to be honest, because you will always know by the audio that you are in that stage of the game. That's overrated anyways, right patches? Who needs minimaps and compasses and knowing when an enemy attacks and stuff, right? That's for scrubs.
Icon appears when a soldier is looking at you. The yellow color means the soldier is either unaware or suspicious of who you are. To illustrate the change in awareness level, you will stealth assassinate this soldier. First, lock onto your target. Now, select your hidden blade. With your blade selected, walk up to the soldier and assassinate him by using your armed hand button.
Amazing.
Where's the one responsible for this?
Just teleported. Now he flipped again. Perfect.
The dead body has alerted the soldier and changed his awareness to informed, as represented by the red witness indicator. Aggressive actions or socially unacceptable behavior undertaken at this time will likely provoke an armed response. Provoke this soldier.
Assassin!
Notice how the social status icon has changed to exposed. Use the ladder and try to break the line of sight.
A ladder?
I'll get you!
For me?
I'll fight!
Excellent. The line of sight has been broken. Now run into the roof garden to hide from the soldier. Good. Your social status indicates that you are hidden, but the soldier is still looking for you. Wait until your social status changes again.
To hell with this. I've better things to do.
It's like, where could he have gone? I don't know, maybe the only hiding spot on the rooftop?
Has lost your track. You are now anonymous, and you can exit the hide spot.
Well, that's game logic, I guess, you know. Was there certain limitations they're having?
Excellent. Being anonymous will fill your synchronization bar and make your job as an assassin easier. There are different places which you can use to hide. However, you must always break the line of sight first, and then use a hide spot to vanish. Let us continue with a demonstration of Blend. Blend can be activated with the passive use of your legs. You can mimic a scholar and pass near soldiers without arousing suspicion. Use this to reach the marker behind the soldiers.
I think it was a cool decision to kind of like have social stealth kind of like an actual button instead of like happening automatically. Because it just really gives you more control, you know, and you can also blend without being like part of like a group, you know, like in this case. We're by ourselves, which means we're more likely to be detected. And we're not like immune as if we were a part of a group. But it still gives us a benefit, which is kind of cool. Which is a bit more risky. I guess I released the button a bit too early there. I thought I've already reached the marker.
Good. Now that you are fully synced, a new ability is available to you. Referred to as Eagle Vision, this sixth sense helped your ancestor understand the intentions of people around him.
Hey there, Gagamio, welcome in. Yeah, this game is definitely a classic, you know. That's awesome that you played it 10 years ago or so. The game is like 16 years old now, actually. That's crazy to think about. I remember back when it launched, I watched like so many YouTube videos on like the different trailers and like gameplay and stuff. I didn't really get to play this game until I visited a friend, and I've only played like the introduction. But I was like completely in awe with it because for one, the graphics were absolutely amazing. And it was just like a game changer, fought for like traversal and that type of stuff, you know. And also the setting just had me really hooked because I was always super into the Crusades and kind of like learning more about it. So playing, you know, as an assassin in this kind of like setting was like a dream come true to me. I thought the assassins were really cool ever since I watched like so many movies about the Crusades or like seen documentaries about it or something. I also remember playing Stronger Crusader, which was the same setting essentially, and it also features similar historical characters like King Richard or Salah ad-Din. And one of the factions you could actually recruit in that game were the assassins. They could like climb the walls and they could like be invisible and open up gates and stuff, which was like a perfect infiltration tool and my favorite unit pretty much. So this game was kind of like, yeah, amazing to finally play back then.
Well done.
So that's going to be still enabled, which means Eagle Vision is also going to be much more useful with a No HUD.
Remember, Eagle Vision will only be available once you are fully synced. Please note that following the Assassin's Creed, your ancestors' way of life will assist you with staying in sync. The Creed consists of 3 tenets. First, never hurt an innocent person. Second, always be discreet. Third, do not compromise the clan. Should you lose sync, you can restore synchronization by reliving key moments of your ancestor's life, or by respecting the creed. You have successfully completed the tutorial. The most stable memory block will now be loaded.
Very short tutorial.
Wait! There must be another way. This one need not die.
An excellent kill. Fortune favors your blade.
Not fortune, skill. Watch a while longer and you might learn something.
Indeed. He'll teach you how to disregard everything the Masters taught us.
And how would you have done it?
I would not have drawn attention to us. I would not have taken the life of an innocent. What I would have done is follow the creed.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Understand these words. It matters not how we complete our task, only that it's done.
But this is not the way
My way is better.
I will scout ahead. Try not to dishonor us further.
What is our mission? My brother would say nothing to me. Only that I should be honored to have been invited.
The Master believes the Templars have found something beneath the Temple Mount.
Treasure?
I do not know. All that matters is the Master considers it important. Else he would not have asked me to retrieve it.
Just noticed how Malik's brother's hood there looks very similar to the one that Basim has in the in Valhalla, actually. Quite similar. But here we are, playing as Altair. And already breaking the first creed here, you know, which is don't hurt the innocent. And, you know, this man, yeah, he was on our path, but it wasn't necessary to kill him. I guess for Altair it was, because he doesn't want to compromise the Brotherhood by potentially leaving alive any witnesses. You know, I guess that's his reasoning here. But also, I guess he enjoys killing, in a way, you know. And he's also, of course, very sure of himself and full of himself, because he's like the youngest Master Assassin to ever have graced the MASYAF Brotherhood, 11-team Brotherhood, essentially. Being like Master Assassin at the age of 24, also. Which means he doesn't take any critique whatsoever. But he's gonna learn a hard lesson, that's for sure. So as you can see, there's still some tutorials that actually pop up on the map, on the screen. Those are stuff we can't actually disable in the HUD, and they will only happen very occasionally. But yeah, that stuff is like showcased. Go for high profile kill because it's Altair at this point of the game. Gotta go for the ultra dramatic assassinations.
There! That must be the Ark.
The Ark of the Covenant?
Don't be silly. There's no such thing. It's just a story.
Then what is it?
Quiet! Someone's coming.
I want us through this gate before sunrise. The sooner we possess it, the sooner we can turn our attention to those jackals at MASYAF.
Robert de Sable. His life is mine.
No. We were asked to retrieve the treasure and deal with Robert only if necessary.
He stands between us and it. I'd say it's necessary.
Discretion, Altair!
You mean cowardice. That man is our greatest enemy, and here we have a chance to be rid of him.
You have already broken 2 tenets of our creed. Now you would break the 3rd. Do not compromise the Brotherhood.
I am your superior, in both title and ability. You should know better than to question me.
Yeah, that's something very important to memorize here, because Malik, who's basically warning us here, is gonna be a major character for the game. It's gonna end up being one of the RAFIQs, so one of the guys essentially giving us the go on doing assassinations in Jerusalem, And that also means we will eventually have to answer to him, and the other way around. And it's gonna make for a very interesting dynamic with the backstory we're having here. Probably the greatest kind of character evolution on either side.
Hold, Templars! You are not the only ones with business here.
Ah. Well, this explains my missing man. And what is it you want?
What is it that I want? I want to stand here awkwardly for 10 minutes. And just stare at each other. Now I am your superior. Pretty much. I did a switcheroo?
Blood.
You know not the things in which you meddle, assassin. I spare you only that you may return to your master and deliver a message. The Holy Land is lost to him and his. He should flee now while he has the chance. Stay, and all of you will die. Men, to arms! Kill the assassins!
It was in this moment he knew he fucked up. It's kind of interesting because in the book The Last Crusade, it actually is a retelling of these events as well. And there's like no monologue in this game, I guess, but the internal thoughts of Altair here at this point are actually that, for one, he was so sure that he would kill Robert Sable then and there, you know, because he never really failed an assassination. He literally explained his skill to, like, every step he takes is like at the same time as one of his drops falls down, you know, like that's how in tune he is with his senses and stuff. But also, of course, having like a high concentration of ESO DNA is like a big factor too. But he was so sure of himself that actually failing here hurt him like doubly, because for one, for his ego, you know, like big time. But he also feels pity for Malik and the other assassin, because the reason he was this arrogant with him was that he was so sure of himself, you know, and now that he isn't anymore, he's actually feeling bad for them. Just something he can't really say in front of Malik yet, you know, because again, it would hurt his ego. But yeah, leaving them to die. There's no way back.
Skipping part of memory to a more recent one.
Altair, you've returned.
Raouf.
It is good to see you unharmed. I trust your mission was a success.
Is the Master in his tower?
Yes, buried in his books as always. No doubt he expects you.
My thanks, brother.
Safety and peace, Altair.
On you as well.
The GPS at the bottom right corner of your screen shows your next objective. How about that? Oi mate, what are you selling today? Oh, some pretty nice wares. Actually quite like the markings. Very beautiful. So when I was thinking about the No HUD challenge, you know, one of the things I thought about was, do I want to make it like total immersion kind of deal, you know, like only walk when other NPCs are walking as well on the streets, you know. only run when you're like on the rooftops or you have like a reason like being chased or something. When I thought about like the idea that I combined that with like no fast travel, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna be ever finished with the games if I would embrace that. Like obviously I would still be able to do high profile actions like outside of cities and stuff, but kind of embrace the, you know, trying to be like part of a crowd kind of deal. But I decided to ultimately not go for that because it would just be, I think, a bit too much. And the other thing is, you know, there is nothing like total immersion in the game. You know, it's always like, of course, limiting you in that regard to some degree. So it's not really something I can reach either way. You know, there's always like a compromise, I guess, you have to make, and I think I found a pretty good one, to be honest. It's kind of interesting, like at this point you still have like all of your weapons, right? Your throwing knives. Yeah, you have like all of your skills like grab ledge and stuff like that. But then you get like reset at some point and you lose all of your abilities. Now, I kind of say, or often people say that doesn't make any sense, but I actually wonder, because Mualim uses the Apple of Eden on ALTAIR, right? And makes him believe he dies and stuff. Maybe he already manipulated his mind at that point, so he actually is forgetting some of the stuff that he learned. Who knows? But I guess it is a bit of a logic flaw overall. Unless that's the canonical reason, which could be, but isn't confirmed. It's more of a like headcanon, I guess, that one could have. The MASYAF castle. One of the many assassin headquarters and castles which have built up in the mountains because it kind of like represented an eagle's view point. It was also very easy to defend because obviously like getting up these narrow paths, having like a high disadvantage, you know, was like quite severe for an army trying to charge up here. And there's actually many attempts to take over this castle, or this castle in particular, which didn't succeed until the Mongols, I think. Now Salah ad-Din, he actually tried to also conquest MASYAF castle apparently, but he did that by trying to starve out the environments rather than trying to attack the castle itself, because he knew, you know, that he wouldn't really stand much of a chance. Even if he heavily outnumbers, you know, the guards. Hey there, Switchblade. My thoughts on Black Flag. I mean, Black Flag is an absolutely amazing game. I think they absolutely nailed the whole naval feeling of it, like the sailing part, the exploration part, you know, just being a pirate. It wasn't, I guess, the most assassin-y game, because you're not really playing an assassin for the entire game, right? You're only like doing stuff with the assassins. But honestly, I really got to appreciate that way of a narrative, because it gave us like an outsider perspective on the Templars and the Assassins. Because of that, it was a perfect entry point for lots of people into the series. And also, of course, it was a bit of a soft reboot after the Desmond saga ended. So, yeah, I think it was a nice narrative decision to have someone who is kind of like in between the fronts for a lot of the game. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to the pirate fantasy, it's just fantastic. And the lore building, I think, is also excellent. Like, it's fitting perfectly in with the rest of the series when it comes to like representing either side of a philosophy. So, yeah. Black Flag, perfect AC game. MASYAF, yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's probably the biggest critique point about Black Flag. Black Flag is, you know, the amount of tailing missions being probably the most, like percentage-wise, across like the main story. I think that made a lot of sense, you know, because Black Flag, of course, is kind of like very much about traversal and navigating, especially with a ship. So it definitely had to kind of like make that more of an aspect, I guess, of the game, because a lot of the tailing missions, of course, stem from, you know, driving the Jackdaw. But yeah, it's definitely a lot, especially if you're also doing the side missions. Yeah, Abbas. Waiting for us there. He's actually gonna be another major character, especially later in Revelations. He's gonna grow to be like a major antagonist to ALTAIR later, when ALTAIR is trying to lead the Brotherhood, and Al-Mualim is no more.
Ah, he returns at last.
Abbas.
Where are the others? Did you ride ahead hoping to be the first one back? I know you are loath to share the glory. Silence is just another form of assent.
Have you nothing better to do?
I bring word from the Master. He waits for you in the library. Best hurry. No doubt you're eager to put your tongue to his boot.
Another word and I'll put my blade to your throat.
There'll be plenty of time for that later, brother.
So as you can tell from the get-go, like, ALTAIR isn't so popular. You know, he might be the best assassin or something, the youngest master assassin. And very popular, of course, with Al-Mualim, but Al-Mualim, of course, is also just a tool in a way, you know, and he doesn't seem to have all that many friends. But Abbas and ALTAIR actually have quite a backstory, because it actually goes back to Salah ad-Din and the conquest of MASYAF, which I talked about earlier. Because Abbas's father's action led to the killing of ALTAIR's father, I believe. It's also something they talk about in the Last Crusade book. Well, it's been a while since I read it, so I don't remember all the details on it. But essentially, Abbas's father took his life in front of child ALTAIR to repent for being responsible for ALTAIR's, you know, parent dying, essentially. And Abbas didn't believe ALTAIR. You know, Abbas thought that ALTAIR killed his father as like a revenge, essentially. And that's what kind of like drove a huge rift between these two, since they were childs. And Abbas still blames ALTAIR for the death of his father, even though ALTAIR had nothing to do with it. And it's still something that's going to be important in Revelations, like even in the dying moments of Abbas, it's something they would talk about, essentially. So yeah, very important detail that the game doesn't explain quite yet, because it wasn't really intended at this point of the story yet, I guess, because the Last Crusade hadn't been written until Revelations, really. But yeah, in retrospective, it's a backstory that will be quite important later. You forgot who was in this? Yeah, pretty minor role overall. But yeah, he is indeed in this game. Yeah, I enjoyed Mirage. Mirage was good fun. I liked how stealth focused it was and going back to like an urban dense city. The story honestly wasn't my favorite in the series, but also wasn't the worst. Had some interesting storylines, I would say. It's definitely focused on the whole like investigation part, you know. I definitely wouldn't say it's like the upper part for me of the writing. Like games like Origins, AC1, AC2, Black Flag, Unity, they're still much better for me personally in terms of writing. Of course, Revelations, even AC3. They're all better to me when it comes to writing. Amalum had friends, 9, but he killed them. It's very true.
It is an honor.
And cheers, Maxi. Thank you for posting the link there to my playthrough. You have all the parts uploaded there. I haven't actually uploaded... Oh, I've uploaded all the parts, but I haven't released all the parts yet. But there's gonna be more. I think we released up until part 4 now. And there's 7 total. So we're gonna go live in the next couple of days.
The master waits within.
And I love the ambience in MASYAF. It really tells you how much music can add to the atmosphere, right?
Altair,
Master.
come forward. Tell me of your mission. I trust you have recovered the Templar's treasure.
There was some trouble, Master. Robert de Sable was not alone.
When does our work ever go as expected? It's our ability to adapt that makes us who we are.
This time it was not enough.
What do you mean?
I have failed you.
The treasure?
Lost to us.
And Robert?
Escaped.
I send you, my best man, to complete a mission more important than any that has come before. And you return to me with nothing but apologies and excuses.
I did.
Do not speak! Not another word! This is not what I expected. We'll need to mount another force.
I swear to you I'll find him. I'll go in.
No! You'll do nothing. You've done enough. Where are MALIK and Kadar?
Dead.
No! Not dead.
MALIK?
I still live at least.
And your brother?
Gone. Because of you!
Robert threw me from the room. There was no way back. Nothing I could do.
Because you would not heed my warning! All of this could have been avoided! And my brother would still be alive! Your arrogance nearly cost us victory today.
Nearly?
I've what your favorite failed to find. Here, take it. Though it seems I've returned with more than just their treasure.
Master, we are under attack. Robert de Sable lays siege to MASYAF's village.
So he seeks a battle. Very well. I'll not deny him. Go. Inform the others. The fortress must be prepared. As for you, Altair, our discussion will have to wait. You must make for the village. Destroy these invaders. Drive them from our home.
It will be done.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Hey Vamola, welcome in. Yeah, what a classic indeed. I remember you playing this as well. It was really fun. When you counted how many deaths you ended up, or how many lives you ended up taking. But a good thing later in AC2 and Brotherhood, you could actually see the amount of deaths in the stats.
Altair, it's good you've come. We need your help.
What's happened?
Templars. They attacked the village. Most of our people were able to get away. Most, but not all.
What do you need me to do?
Distract the Templars. Keep them occupied while I rescue those still trapped inside.
As you wish.
Really more. I thought it was actually a lot more. I thought it got like close to 500 or something. But maybe there was another game in the series. With a bulletin board Spider-Man 2? Hell yeah, Maxi. I'm still looking forward to eventually play that game, but for now I'm looking forward to see people play it. Are you planning on streaming that, Maxi? Or will you just be playing it for yourself on your own time? after Ezio you were in the thousands. Jesus. Just a few. And that's the Assassin's Creed way, isn't it? Stay you played from a flash of innocent, but there were apparently thousands of not so innocents. Gonna be streaming today? Hell yeah. I'm definitely gonna join for that. Oh, hey then. Okay, I noticed there's actually some audio issues for some reason, which might be tied to VSync on actually. I think honestly, I'm gonna turn VSync off for now because it just works better with my setup. Also with the frequency and stuff. They tell us everything is permitted, right? I mean it literal. Don't me. I think it's better. The recto. Jesus Christ. Just kept on going. Ah yeah, this game sometimes. That's another nice side effects of VSync on and off. I guess there's more if you have VSync off. Also some hidden blade combat.
Stop him!
Recto glitch in Liberation. How was that one like?
Return to MASYAF! Al-Mu'allim commanding!
That horn is legendary.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Give them the York the fuck out of there. Yeah, it's so funny sometimes when they just like teleport away. Clipped on Rod's playthrough. I gotcha. Yeah, I had lots of funny recto moments, like all of the games pretty much. But yeah, this game is also one where I get the most usually. I think it's also kind of like a VSync issue at my frequency, I guess.
Altair, come. Al-Mu'allim's not done with us yet.
Where are we going?
Up there. We've a surprise plan for our guests. Just do as I do. It should become clear soon enough. Stand on that platform, Altair.
It's so cool because in Revelations, in the beginning intro, you're actually up here as Ezio and they're about to hang you on one of these spots here. But when, you know, Ezio's going on top of this, you will see Altair on the other one, like his ghost as part of a bleeding effect essentially. It's kind of like a remembrance of this specific moment here, you know. Yeah, no worries, Mexi.
Heretic! Return what you have stolen from me!
You've no claim to it, Robert. Take yourself from here before I'm forced to thin your ranks further.
You play a dangerous game!
I assure you, this is no game.
So be it! Bring forth the hostage! Your village lays in ruins, and your stores are hardly endless. How long before your fortress crumbles from within? How disciplined will your men remain when the wells run dry and their food is gone?
My men do not fear death, Robert. They welcome it, and the rewards it brings.
Good. Then they shall have it all around.
Follow me, and do so without hesitation.
Show this fool knight what it is to have no fear. Go to God!
There it is. The famous leap of faith. Now, this is really cool because it's actually a historical reference of this. And that is that some of the assassins were literally ordered to jump to their death in front of the enemy with a smiling face, supposedly, on their faces, because they weren't afraid to die. They were promised to be in basically the Garden of Paradise with women, with drinks, with anything you can eat, to have like a good life essentially, you know, if they would carry out the mission or if they would do as they are told. So they were fine with dying, you know, like often in history actually when an assassin actually took the life of a target, they didn't actually try to run away. They would actually be either executed on the spot or would be captured afterwards, and would do so willingly because they knew they had fulfilled their duty, you know, and they will enter paradise essentially. Now this game does a spin on it. They pretend to be jumping to their death, but in reality they're jumping to their haystacks, because what use is there in dying, you know? But it still has that morality aspect of it, you know, it will still make the enemy believe that they did in fact jump to their death and they were not afraid to die, meaning, you know, the knight's morale might be lowered as a result of it. So I think it's really cool how they, you know, adopted that kind of like historical reference in this game, but made like their own spin on it. Definitely, Maxi, yeah. You can always post stuff here, dude. No need to ask.
Oh, my leg! Oh, my leg!
Quiet, or the Templars will hear us. I'll stay behind and tend to him. You'll have to go ahead without us. The ropes there will bring you to a trap we've set. Go and release it. Rain death upon our enemies.
Oh, this can also happen if you haven't practiced your leap of faith enough. Or if you don't have enough faith in general. Fuck this, I'm out of here. Let me have a look at that, Maxi. Thank you for posting. Ah, dude, I had so many of these things happening already. Just like guards jumping into the air. Teleporting away. It's always funny when it happens. Quite the death drop, especially since Altair can't swim. So even if he would have survived the fall, he would surely die and drown. I think I remember that actually, Maxi, now that you mention it. I think I actually watched you when you played that mission. It was so funny. But yeah, that mission in general can be quite ridiculous with the stuff that happens, because if you also try to go for the optional objective of killing people in smoke bombs, then it can be quite tricky to kind of combine chasing James Kidd with that objective if you haven't gotten it before. So I had like so much like ridiculous stuff happening on that mission before, but I never had it happen that I could use like Kidd as a human shield.
You did well to drive Robert from here. His force is broken. It shall be a long while before he troubles us again. Tell me, do you know why it is you were successful? You listened. Were it that you'd listened in Solomon's temple, Altair, all of this would have been avoided.
I did as I was asked.
No, you did as you pleased. Malik has told me of the arrogance you displayed, your disregard for our ways.
What are you doing?
There are rules. We are nothing if we do not abide by the Assassin's creed. 3 simple tenets, which you seem to forget. I will remind you. First and foremost, stay your blade.
From the flesh of an innocent. I know.
And stay your tongue, unless I give you leave to use it. If you are so familiar with this tenet, then why did you kill the old man inside the temple? He was innocent. He did not need to die. Your insolence knows no bounds. Make humble your heart, child, or I swear I'll tear it from you with my own hands. The second tenet is that which gives us strength. Hide in plain sight. Let the people mask you such that you become one with the crowd. Do you remember? Because as I hear it, you chose to expose yourself, drawing attention before you'd struck. The third and final tenet, the worst of all your betrayals. Never compromise the Brotherhood. Its meaning should be obvious. Your actions must never bring harm upon us, direct or indirect. Yet your selfish act beneath Jerusalem placed us all in danger. Worse still, you brought the enemy to our home. Every man we've lost today was lost because of you. I'm sorry. Truly I am. But I cannot abide a traitor.
I am not a traitor.
Your actions indicate otherwise. And so you leave me no choice. Peace be upon you, Altair.
He's experiencing a far better adoption rate than the other subjects.
I'm still pulling him out. He's been in there way too long.
No, not yet. We're still so far from where we need to be.
We shouldn't risk it.
What's another hour or two?
Why don't we discuss this in the conference room? Give Desmond a minute to stretch his legs.
I really don't see the need.
Warren, please.
Fine.
Sorry guys, give me just 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, that's the thing, Afro, right? It's like hide in plain sight. Yeah, you guys are literally hiding in plain sight with a giant castle on top of a mountain. That's the thing, I guess. We took it too literal there. That's another lesson, I guess, I have to learn from. But ALTAIR will in fact learn from. Because he will be ultimately against the concept of like having giant displays.
Man, I can't even change my clothes.
I don't appreciate your questioning my authority in front of the prisoner. There's a word for that. I believe it's called insubordination.
And I don't appreciate you trying to kill him. There's a word for that, too. I believe it's called stupid.
Lucy, this isn't my decision. I don't set the deadlines. But I'm smart enough not to challenge them. Do you want to wind up like Layla?
I know the accident has everyone on edge.
Which is why there's no time to coddle him.
If you push him too hard, he'll shut down. And then we'll have nothing.
We have nothing now.
But we will. You just need to have a little faith.
Fine. But I want you thinking of ways to improve his staying power. We can't afford to stop every time the man breaks a sweat. It's bad enough we have to traipse through all of these useless memories.
I'll do what I can.
It's kind of funny that Vedic thinks that was useless. Especially after we've already seen that the apple was given to Mualim. Hey there, Flaming Dragon, welcome in. Yeah, I would say Mirage is definitely a title where you can definitely wait for a sale, like maybe for Christmas or something. I think once it reaches between 20 to 30 bucks, it's definitely a game that is worth it money if you are a fan of the series. If you're not, then I wouldn't say it's worth 20 to 30. Then I would wait until it's like 10 and try it out. But yeah, only like if you're really a diehard fan and you just can't wait to see what happens, then I would recommend getting it now. Otherwise, you can definitely wait. You know, it's not like there's like super vital information in there, or it's like you know, developing the franchise in like a super meaningful way. So yeah, I would say wait for a sale and then enjoy it. But yeah, overall, I definitely had a good time with Mirage. Like, I think it's pretty solid gameplay-wise. Narratively, has its strengths and weaknesses. For me, in the lower part of the games, like, still better, for me personally, of course, like, this is just my own opinion. Not saying this, like, objectively a fact or anything. But for me, games like Rogue, Liberation, or Odyssey still had writing that wasn't often as good as that of Mirage. But it's also like more about what happens, I guess, and how it kind of like fits in with the rest of the series. But yeah, the strengths of Mirage are definitely the parkour layout of Baghdad. Like, it's a very dense city with like lots of opportunities. And also the stealth, like, honestly, Mirage might be the most stealth-focused AC game ever. I mean, obviously Unity had like lots of stealth, but Unity also had quite a lot of forced combat scenarios eventually, as part of the main story. So I would say Mirage might even be more stealth-focused overall, like percentage-wise. So if you're like a lover of stealth, that game is definitely one to look out for.
We're done for today, Mr. Miles. I suggest you return to your room and get some rest.
don't want to take a rest. And yeah, no worries for the input. Yeah, I would be inclined to agree on, to some degree at least, Afro. But yeah, the combat might have been one of the worst in the entire series. Maybe they've also, I mean, they do say that in the loading screen apparently that they basically didn't make Basim a good fighter. But, I mean, he's still quite powerful if you want him to be. It's just like, there's not really a good flow in the combat. No, but he can still kill, like, tons of people in combat. It's not like in Unity where you get, like, so easily overwhelmed. So yeah, combat is not very attractive, which in turn makes stealth much more attractive. And to attempt it. Yeah, there's like barely no modern day in Mirage. Kind of like starts with modern day, but more of kind of like setup for the game. And then there's not much more than that, essentially. Yeah, so back in AC1 and AC2 days, there's actually been a document that I think Patrice Désilets, the initial creator, or one of the creators of Assassin's Creed, and others put down essentially, or wrote down, I guess I should say, called the Commandments of Assassin's Creed. And it's basically like a guideline for what parts are essential to Assassin's Creed and what should always be kind of like present in Assassin's Creed. One of the things is actually that you're always playing a badass all-round character, assassin, I guess, that is not only extremely skilled in the stealth ways, but also in combat, and often can wield like lots of different weapons, and yeah, it's just like a machine in, you know, combat as well. So I guess Basim is quite different there. I mean, you could argue maybe Arno wasn't either. But I think Arno can be quite good in combat eventually. You know, there's of course some skills for combat that you learn that make him more powerful, but also like gear. And yeah, it's definitely possible to like fight lots of enemies and still be really good. I would still say that Arno is probably one of the still worst fighters in the series. But he's also matched against guys like Bayek, Connor, Ezio. Which just like animals in combat essentially. Yeah, I guess it depends, you know, like, I mean, if you have 30 guys on you, like, trying to fight 30 guys at some point will basically mean that you have to spend lots of time on dodging and parrying. And if you don't utilize like bombs constantly, then you don't have much time, I guess, to actually start an attack yourself, I guess. It's not like, I guess, in like the earlier AC games where the guards are waiting their turn to attack you, they're just gonna attack you all at the same time. And if it then also involves snipers, then have fun, I guess.
So you're really an assassin? Like Altair?
Yes and no.
What do you mean?
I was supposed to be one, but I ran away from the farm when I was 16.
Farm?
Yeah, that's what they called the place where I grew up. The farm. Like MASYAF, I guess. Only not so, creepy. Just a small community in the middle of nowhere. About 30 of us living, you know, off the grid.
Why?
Thought my parents were just crazy hippies trying to stick it to the man, you know? My dad was always going on about our enemies, how they'd be looking for us, how we'd have to be prepared. No one ever came. Nothing ever happened.
Why'd you run away?
I could never leave the compound. You have any idea what it feels like being trapped in a place, knowing there was a whole world out there I'd never get to see?
Don't you miss your parents?
No. As far as I'm concerned, they weren't my parents. They were my wardens, and I was their prisoner.
It sounds like they only wanted to protect you.
With all that's happened, I don't know. I guess they were right.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dredge up the past.
It's all right. Gives me something to think about.
Try and get some sleep. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
Kinda cool how early you get like an actual backstory there to Desmond. And all of this, of course, is completely missable, you know, like there's so many dialogues in modern day. But also documents you can find out in the laptops and stuff that give you like quite a bit of insight into the modern day story and into the backgrounds of certain characters as well. Oh, I'm not saying Arno's the worst. I would say that's probably Basim. But my point was Arno is one of the worst because it doesn't mean he's bad at all. You know, it's just like he's matched against guys like Connor, Ezio and Bike. All of those, I would say, are definitely much more known for being like combat machines. And if you match against those, I guess, then it's very easy to be one of the, at least not one of the best fighters. No. So, that's what I was saying.
Got a question for you before I turn in.
Sure.
How did they find me? I mean, I haven't been anywhere near another assassin for 10 years.
Use your real name?
Nope. Not before today.
Credit cards?
Cash only.
Telephone?
There's no one to call.
Driver's license?
Motorcycle. Guilty pleasure.
There's your answer. Photo, fingerprint.
This is a drug company. What does Abstergo have to do with the DMV?
Desmond, these guys are everywhere. I'm sorry, I really can't talk about it.
Yeah, drug company. Much more than that, Desmond.
Aren't you tired?
Aren't you tired?
Can't talk. Gotta work. Aren't you tired?
Alright, but now there's nothing left to do than going back to our bed, I guess. Time for another day.
Damn it, they locked the door.
So at some point Lucy will actually give us a key card and hide it in our clothes, and then we can use it to get out of here. And then she will also give us access to her computer to read her emails, and eventually we can also steal a key off Vidic. And then when he's not here, we can also have a look into his laptop and study, you know, his emails. And then from the combination of Lucy's computer and his computer, you can then get entrance to the secret meeting room of Abstergo and get entrance to the super classified documents. So there's like lots and lots you can read up on, and I definitely plan on reading up on everything because it's all very vital to the overall story, and of course everything here is kind of like a setup for what comes later. Like the storylines they tease here are gonna be important, even AC3 for the ending. So yeah, definitely gonna be diving into that content too.
Gotta say, that's a little creepy, Doc. Waking up to you standing over me. You been watching me sleep?
We're always watching you. Now get up. We've got a lot of work to do.
Ooh, wonder who I get to kill today.
Don't be so cavalier. Your ancestors almost had the right idea, Mr. Miles. If the deaths of a few people, evil people, no less, could save the lives of thousands more, well, it seems a small sacrifice.
What do you mean, almost?
They didn't go far enough. To use a rather tired analogy, corruption is no different than cancer. Cut out the tumors, but fail to treat the source and, Well, you're buying time at best. There's no true change to be had without comprehensive, systemic intervention.
Chemo for the masses.
Education. Re-education, to be more precise. But it's not easy, and it doesn't always take.
Let me guess. You've got a better solution. What is it then?
Now that would be telling.
I think it's really cool how they kind of like programmed the NPCs to always kind of like face you, you know, if they're like talking with you. And also like changes like mid-talking, you know. It's something that a lot of the newer AC games don't have, you know. Which is kind of funny because it really tells you something about that only because a game is older doesn't have to mean, you know, it isn't like more advanced in some aspects, of course. In this case, I would say that's the case, you know, like that they kind of program the NPCs to be like, and act like this.
Man, I can't even change my clothes.
Kind of funny for War Break because Desmond is always wearing the same clothes. But yeah, I don't think I can talk to Vidic anymore. But by choice, yeah, I mean at this point he couldn't change his clothes. I guess you could argue that later in AC2 and when he starts working with the assassins, he probably would have some time to buy some new clothes or get some new clothes. But he's still sticking to this hoodie apparently. He lost this hoodie.
Sit down.
Sit down, goddammit.
You can create diversions with dead bodies.
I am alive. But I saw you stab me. Felt death's embrace.
You saw what I wanted you to see, and then you slept the sleep of the dead, of the womb, that you might awake and be reborn.
To what end?
Do you remember, Altair, what it is the assassin fight for?
Peace, in all things.
Yes, in all things. It is not enough to end the violence one man commits upon another. It refers to peace within as well. You cannot have one without the other.
So it is said.
So it is! But you, my son, have not found inner peace. It manifests in ugly ways. You are arrogant and overconfident.
Were you not the one to say that nothing is true and everything is permitted?
You do not understand the true meaning of the phrase, my child. It does not grant you the freedom to do as you wish. It is a knowledge meant to guide your senses. It expects a wisdom you clearly lack.
Then what is to become of me?
I should kill you for the pain you've brought upon us. Malik thinks it only fair. Your life in exchange for his brother's. But this would be a waste of my time and your talents. You'll see you have been stripped of your possessions. Your rank as well. You are a novice. A child once more. As you were on the day you first joined our order. I am offering you a chance at redemption. You'll earn your way back into the Brotherhood.
I assume you've something planned.
First, you must prove to me you remember how to be an assassin.
So you'd have me take a life?
No. Not yet, at least. For now, you're to become a student once again.
There is no need for this.
Others tracked your targets for you, but no more. From today on, you will track them yourself.
If this is what you wish.
It is.
Then
you know, it's really interesting how he says, like, others track your targets for you, now you're gonna track them yourself. He says this as kind of like a form of punishment, but in reality, he just doesn't want too many assassins probably also be involved in finding out what the targets are really up to. Because the more Altair finds out about them, You know, the more his suspicions grow about something going awry or kind of like a bigger conspiracy. So if others were doing the work for Altair all the time, then probably too many people would be knowing exactly what's going on. But yeah, I mean, at this point, Iron Woman is already planning to use Altair to, you know, get rid of the 9 targets, essentially, of the other 9 conspirators, and sharing the treasure secrets. But he does it under the guise of, like, teaching Altair again how to be an assassin and punishing him.
Tell me what it is that I must do.
We have been betrayed. Someone was assisting Robert de Sable, one of our own. You must find him and bring him here for questioning.
What can you tell me of the traitor?
Ah, but that's just it. I've given you all I will. The rest is up to you.
You've been demoted. Weapon lost sword. Hidden blade. Short blade. We don't have counter kills anymore. We can't throw throwing knives. We can't tackle. We can't catch ledge. We can't grab break. Can't regain balance. We can't dodge. We don't have extra throwing knives. We lost defense break. More damage for the short blade and sword. So we lost pretty much everything except for fists and our basic parkour abilities. Novice once more. And this is also the first time we actually have like not so linear you know, levels and story progression, because now we can actually do some investigations and we have to find them ourselves. Yeah, the atmosphere is just something else in this game. I think it's still one of the best atmospheres created in an AC game. At least like looking at it from the time it was released in.
Safety and peace, Altair.
You're in my way.
Yes, Al-Mualim has asked that I assist you. Remind you how it is we hunt our prey.
I know how it works.
Be that as it may, I have no desire to disobey.
Then be quick.
The Assassin have many tools at their disposal.
Yes, yes. We can eavesdrop, we can pickpocket, or we can use violence to intimidate.
Good, you remember.
So you'd have me walk amongst the others and learn what I can about the traitor?
Yes. Begin by going to the village market. That's where we first spotted the traitor.
You know who it is?
Perhaps.
Then give me a name and let's be done with it.
That's not the way it works. Now go. And remember, begin your search in the village market.
It's a kind of cool thing they do in this game too, you know, they always kind of tell you where you have to look to find the next investigation. In this case, the village market. And also later in the cities are gonna like guide you to specific landmarks. They're even gonna point towards the direction you have to go to. So I just noticed we have already passed almost 2 hours. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add 2 of these here. And then once we reach the 3-hour mark, we're gonna add another one on top. So technically we could now look 2 times on the main map, but there's no need yet. We're gonna just stack these for now.
What's he doing that for?
dog who just came back from a afternoon walk. Wants to say hello. Right, so that is the village market, and there's two guys here we can listen to, I guess, somewhere. The game will actually give us a hint, I think, once it gets close enough. I think it's these two guys over there. Yeah, they're also marked in white, which means they are kind of like a quest objective type of people. So Eagle Vision, quite useful for the No HUD run.
I know what I saw. Masoon opened the gate. He let the Templars in.
Then you must tell Al-Muallim.
I can't. Masoon did not act alone. Someone inside the fortress helped him.
What makes you say this?
He exchanges letters with someone inside. The basket weaver carries them for him.
That's no reason to stay silent.
Ah, but the weaver delivered him a letter just before the attack. I suspect it held the order to open the gate.
Then speak to the weaver. He can name Masoon's accomplice.
He's disappeared. Hiding for fear of being dragged into this.
Probably inside one of his own baskets.
Find the basket weaver. So I'm gonna have a look at the memory log every time we do an investigation, because it will give us much more information about our targets and about people being involved. A man named Masoon was the one who opened the gate, but he didn't act alone. The basket weaver handed him a letter just before the attack on the village. He might know more about Masoon's accomplice. I need to find this basket weaver. Yeah, the basket weaver, I believe, is on the other side there. Yeah, that's the guy.
Please, just one. We lost everything in the attack and have no place to store our grain.
I can't right now. I'm busy.
Is this about the letter?
What letter?
The letter you received when I got here. Bad news?
I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, I'll see what I can do, but please, I need to be alone right now. Come back later.
As you wish.
Yeah, he isn't suspicious at all. Find Masoon near the cypress tree. I may not find his accomplice, but Masoon himself should be at the stage, near the center of the village. I'm certain he will be able to tell me what I need to know. Brother, I fear our plans have been discovered and we can no longer meet. Lest you disappear before Al-Muallim's men find you. I mustn't learn of my betrayal or everything we've worked for will be undone. I've left some coin for you near the dead cypress tree. Take it and head for Damascus. Lose yourself amongst the people there. When things have settled, I will contact you again. As for I cannot leave here knowing Al-Mualim continues to deny the freedom of these people. A new world is coming, one without war, without fear or pain, so I must help them any way I can. You probably believe me foolish, but I must remain in MASYAF. I will near the center of a village, on the stage, calling out to my brothers and sisters. Maybe I can make them listen. Maybe I can make them understand. May the Father of Understanding guide you. What letter? Who told you I could read? Hey Valeo, welcome in. A letter? From me? So I can already hear the brother.
It's Al-Mualim who's betrayed us.
What's wrong with him?
You'll see. Soon, all your eyes will be opened to the truth. We stand upon the threshold between this world and a new one. A better place where all might live as equals. But man, like Al-Mualim, would see this dream destroyed. Today's attack was but the first. And more will follow unless you repent. Give up your wicked ways. Rise up against the madman of MASYAF. See through his lies.
It's kind of ironic that this is something like a warning even to Altair, right? Like eventually Altair has to see through the lies of Al-Mualim. Even now.
That was unwise. Enough! I yield! I yield!
Speak quickly then. I've no interest in your games. Why did you betray us? And who do you serve?
We serve the Templars. You should too. Their cause is just.
We?
Jamal. He told me of their plans. Asked me to open the gate.
You betrayed us. We, who called you brother and kept you safe from harm.
I did what I believed was right. And if you must kill me for it, so be it. I am not afraid to die.
Your fate is not for me to decide. It's Al-Mualim who will judge.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
You stand accused of betraying our brotherhood and opening the way for our enemies. How do you answer to these charges?
I deny nothing. I'm proud of what I did. My only regret is that they failed.
I offer you a chance to repent, to renounce the evil in your heart.
It is not evil in my heart, but truth. I will not repent.
Then you will die. You did well, Altair, and have earned the right to carry a blade once more.
What will become of the one who helped him?
It remains to be seen. Some do ill out of ignorance or fear. These men can be saved. Others suffer from corrupted wills, their minds poisoned and twisted. These men must be destroyed. Soon enough, we'll know what sort of man Jamal is.
I've passed your test then. What now?
Oh, my child. We've only just begun. I hold here a list. 9 names adorn it. 9 men who need to die. They are plague bringers, war makers. Their power and influence corrupts the land and ensures the crusades continue. You will find them. kill them. In doing so, you'll sow the seeds of peace, both for the region and for yourself. In this way, you might be redeemed.
9 lives in exchange for mine.
A most generous offer, I think. Have you any questions?
Only where I need begin.
Very well. Ride for Damascus. Seek out the black market merchant named TAMIR. Let him be the first to fall. Be sure to visit the city's assassin bureau when you arrive. I'll dispatch a bird to inform the RAFIQ of your arrival. Speak with him. You'll find he has much to offer.
If you believe it best.
I do. Besides, you cannot begin your mission without his consent.
What nonsense is this? I don't need his permission. It's a waste of time.
It's the price you pay for the mistakes you've made. You answer not only to me, but all the Brotherhood as well now.
So be it.
Take your equipment and go. Prove that you are not yet lost to us.
Hell yeah. Got our hidden blade back. Also sword. Nice. Yeah, that's a question, Leo. Like what he might be referring to with the wicked ways. I mean, historically speaking, the assassins were supposed to be not your stereotypical Muslim either, I guess. You know, they of course were in favor of like killing people, and they didn't mind dying because of it. And in this time and Muslim society, I guess murderers, thieves, etc. were usually met with the same end of dying, so it wasn't like really looked upon nicely. The other thing is the assassins or the Hashashans had a reputation of being drug users, which also made them kind of like outcasts of society because that also wasn't prohibited. That wasn't allowed. So yeah, I mean, maybe that's part of things he's talking about, you know. The other thing is like historically when the old man of the mountain, in this case Al-Mualim, apparently he tried to seduce his assassins by drugging them and leading them into the garden back there, and then presenting them with women, wine and food, etc. which they could indulge in as much as they wanted, and they believed, supposedly, I mean this is just one of the theories I guess, that they were indeed in heaven, and if they died that's what would await them. So maybe that's also another thing he might be mentioning with the wicked ways, that Al-Mualim is trying to lie to the assassins to make them believe something that isn't really the case. Which is why he's also saying see through his lies. So I think those might be reasons why he's saying that Al-Mualim has wicked ways. And ultimately, I guess he's not wrong.
Altair, it seems my students do not fully understand what it is to wield the blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know.
We're gonna hear that so many times.
Yeah.
So I got the combo kill. Essentially when we attack, we have to press attack again at the same time as we make contact. And then we can go for the combo kill. Like this.
The work of a master. And that, my students, is how we all should fight. You must be busy. I understand.
I understand.
toss your weapons around so carelessly.
Alright, but yeah, so now we have officially unlocked the open world map, essentially. We can now make our way to Damascus. However, before we go to that part of the story, I will actually go and take a break, because we've reached about half the amount of time that I can stream today. So we'll take a break now, and then when I come back we're gonna be making our way to Damascus, I guess. Which shouldn't be too difficult, considering there's like road signs everywhere. And this is also the game I played without the HUD actually the most in the series. So yeah, gonna be easy finding a way there. But yeah, I'm gonna be back in a few, and then we're gonna continue with more of AC1 with the No HUD challenge. Alright, welcome back, and thank you all for staying tuned for more of Assassin's Creed, the very first game in the series, and with our No HUD series run. We're gonna continue now that we have officially gotten back the rank of a novice and the sword and hidden blade to go and carry out the first assassination in Damascus. And yeah, we first gotta travel there. Then we gotta do some investigations and finally, of course, take the life of a black market merchant. But yeah, first we gotta find ourselves a horse. Perfect. So, got our first step officially. Step by 4 damage. We're doing the leap of faith. I guess the leap of faith isn't a guaranteed survival then. But yeah, that's of course another issue that you're facing with
it seems my students do not fully
playing on PC, I
understand
guess.
what it is to wield the blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know.
Yeah, I've already done that, but thank you very much.
You must be busy. I understand.
Yeah. That's it.
You will die here.
You must be busy. I understand. Such wild swings will give your enemy an opening.
Let's just not do another leap of faith, just to be on the safe side. So don't have to listen to another. It seems my students do not fully understand what it is to wield a blade. Perhaps you could show them what you know. You are busy, I understand.
What a fool.
I wonder what is up. What's he doing?
What's got into it? We must be late for something.
Yeah, there's even a horse blend opportunity that you're having. Essentially like walk very slowly like this with a horse and it will make you like be less suspicious towards the guards.
Use the scholars you have rescued to pass
So a fun fact, but one of the traitors that escaped is actually one of the assassins here. And as you can see, one of the guys is actually marked in red. However, the other assassins don't know that. They can't see that he's one of the traitors. Or they can still kill him, and if you decide to do so, the other assassins will chase after you, and they will try to kill you in turn, because they're thinking it's one of theirs, essentially. That you're the traitor. So yeah, that's why I won't kill him here now. But you could. first viewpoint. First viewpoint of the entire series, really. And who would have thought back then that would become such a staple mechanic in like not only Ubisoft games but across like the action adventure, you know, and RPG genres, I guess even. Like so many games ended up kind of like utilizing the effect of like getting a high point and unlocking or unfogging, I guess, the surroundings and unlock like new opportunities. What the fuck? Why am I constantly dying to freaking leap of faith? That didn't happen the last time I played Assassin's Creed, not even once. Now it's like 2 times in a row. I don't even know if it actually saved me synchronizing the viewpoint either, so I'm just gonna do it again, I guess, but it's ridiculous. Hey there, Eline. Yeah, that's apparently like an issue with VSync and the frequency rate. So basically, if you have like a higher frequency monitor and you're then using VSync off or on, it's like more likely to happen that you know, the haystacks are actually like more like stone stacks, and you're just gonna die. Okay, this has been saved. Let's see if Leap of Faith works this time. Look, I bet I didn't die. Alright, we're looking to get to Damascus. Which is left? I guess it depends. So, I guess if you're having like a 60 Hz monitor, it's probably best to leave it on. If you're having a 144 Hz monitor, it's best to leave it off probably. But it doesn't get rid of issues. It's just like less likely to happen, I guess. But you will probably still face issues unless you like probably going into the graphic settings like the NVIDIA graphic panel or something and like enforce certain settings there. I think overall having VSync on is probably the best because it will also get rid most of the time of the bug where you're jumping and then you're like meeting an invisible wall and you're like prevented from jumping further. I don't think that happens quite as much in VSync on actually. Because for one of the flex in the game you actually have to get the full range of a jump. And I found out when I did my completionist run that I had to have VSync on essentially to be able to make the jump.
Come back here! I know you're hiding from me! Coward!
I guess in that regard the console version might actually be superior because you don't really face those issues there.
How could I have lost him?
How could I have lost him? That's what you didn't. You're right next to me. Just waiting every time I do a leap of faith now to die. So I won't really bother with these flags unless I need like a save point or something, because they do create like a quick save essentially.
Kill him! Don't let him escape!
Who are you? Damascus left. Yeah, but definitely evolved that eagle sound throughout the years. Could take that viewpoint, but there's no really need for it, to be honest, you know. It won't give us any benefits getting a viewpoint in the kingdom.
Use the action view to gather information.
You have faster loading times than the narration for the loading screen. There it is. City of Damascus. Probably the city that's most reminiscent of Baghdad, actually. In Mirage. I think it's still ironic that in Mirage we give you the nostalgic filter, which is kind of like an aqua blue filter, instead of a very warm, kind of like yellowish filter in Damascus. But that's the thing in AC1, right? They kind of had a certain color scheme for every city. So Damascus was like more warm yellowish colors. Acre was more like blue. And Koda kind of like colors. And then Jerusalem was a mix of the two, essentially like, you know, like more like greenish. Okay. And having elements of both. And that's kind of cool because it's also very symbolic for the cities, of course, because, you know, Damascus being a much more Muslim-inspired and dominant city than Acre, which is kind of like one of the, you know, major night stronghold cities, pretty much. So much more Christian-inspired and influenced. And then Jerusalem, of course, you know, being essentially like the crossover of both. And heralding lots and lots of people from, you know, either side. So it's really cool how they made the art direction for the game kind of like representative of the actual cities.
To be out here, old man. Stop this, please. You're hurting me. Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this? Infidel, don't get to the infidel! Yeah. Yeah. Is that the last of them? I hope so. Still, best not to take any chances. I'll hurry home. Don't think I'll leave it again anytime soon, either. You've done me a kindness, young man. Be assured, I won't forget it.
Nice. And now we unlock the Scholars, which is actually an excellent way to get inside the city.
Come, people. Come see what I have to offer.
You just go in the middle and then blend in, and it would like automatically move Altair as like part of a group essentially. I like how this game is already more lively than Valhalla. Yeah, like AC1 was definitely quite alive, you know, with the NPCs being so interactive as well, I guess. I guess it helps, you know, having like a city that's very dense and, you know, full of kind of like different NPCs that do different things as well. Valhalla is, I guess, much more built around the idea of like creating vast landscapes and very romantic views, I guess.
Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this?
But if you compare the cities, you know, this game, of course, is much better in representing that, I guess.
Don't hurt me, please.
So, I think if I ever find like a citizen to save, I kind of wanna save them, because it goes in line with the creed, you know. And it will also be quite the advantage to us later, because it might unlock us an opportunity to get inside the location. Maybe it unlocks people that will kind of aid us in getting rid of guards when they chase us. So there's no real disadvantage of like saving the citizens other than, you know, getting involved in like a conflict.
I need help! Please, anyone!
Citizen!
Maybe you have noticed. Already lost.
Thank you, my boy. I only wish my sons were half as brave as you. I'll see to it that we hear this tale and know what it is to be a true hero.
Citizen?
Who did this? There's a murder loose.
It's got another Scholar group here.
For today only, I've decided to reduce prices on everything. Come, come.
So we could already start technically by doing investigations. However, there's actually more dialogue if you talk to the RAFIQ first and then do investigations. So first thing I want to do personally is to find the Hidden Ones burrow, the Hidden Ones, the Assassin's burrow, and then talk to the RAFIQ and only then start doing any of the investigations. But yeah, they're pretty easy to find because you're just looking for a green rooftop essentially, like a green dome rooftop. And it will stand out from the other ones, which are usually like more white. You can already see it back there. It's like one in front of like the bigger one at the viewpoint. I'm pretty sure that's the burrow actually, because that's how you can kind of like distinct them from the other rooftops, and which makes them pretty easy actually to find. without even having to look at the minimap at all. So that's right over there.
Tired of never finding anything useful at the other merchant stalls? That won't happen here. Like what you see? Something caught your eye?
Found the strength to stand in defense of our great civilization. Make no mistake. It is our very existence we are fighting for.
Oh, whoops.
You hear something in my presence?
Never mind, I guess I can save a citizen.
To your life!
Help! What is it?
I'll take you down!
Came along when you did. Another minute and they would have made off with me.
I think I've seen everything now.
Okay, let's reorientate here.
And so Tamir left, riding north and wondering what would become of his
That's an investigation here because it sounds different to the other NPC shatter. Ah yeah, there's the rooftop.
should have been the end of this tale.
We're gonna come back there later because we're gonna talk to RAFIQ first. That's a cool thing about, or kind of like the useful thing about actually having like so much repetitive dialogue as like NPC shatter, right? Like a certain speeches we hear over and over again. So when you actually hear a speech that stands out because it's part of an investigation, you immediately know, oh, okay, that's like worth checking out. That's another thing where the No HUD works quite well, I guess, because you kind of like start to learn to listen more closely to what the guys are saying, you know.
Will cost you your life!
Altair, it is good to see you, and in one piece.
You as well, friend. I am sorry for your troubles. Think nothing of it. A few of your brothers were here earlier, in fact. Oof, if you'd heard the things they said, I'm certain you'd have slain them where they stood. It's quite all right.
Yes, you've never been one for the creed, have you?
Is that all?
I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget myself. What business brings you to the mass?
A man named TAMIR. Al-Muallim takes issue with the work he does. I meant to end it. Now tell me where to find him.
Surely you remember how to track an enemy.
Of course. Learn where he will be and when. But that sort of work is best left for... I understand.
Go and search the city. Determine what he's planning and where he works. Preparation makes the victor.
What can you tell me of him?
Tamir makes his living as a black market merchant, so the souk district should be your destination. I would suggest you seek out the following places. A small souk northeast of here, the madrasa to our east, and in the gardens north of this bureau. Focus on these places and he should become well known to you.
I assume you want me to return to you when this is done.
Yes. Come back to me. I'll give you Al-Muallim's marker and you'll give us Tamir's life.
As you wish.
Remember, Altair, if you find yourself in trouble and the city turned against you, return to the bureau. I can shelter you from the storm. Be warned though, if your enemies are too close, my door will remain closed until you've lost them. Do you understand?
Yes. To bring the enemy inside would compromise the Brotherhood.
Very well. Off you go.
Alrighty then, so that's the RAFIQ discussion here that you won't be getting if you already start doing investigations before. There's even more. Sometimes.
I'm sorry, I tend to go on sometimes. I'm sorry, I tend to go on sometimes. Well, except for that last job you were on. I wouldn't have wanted to be there for that.
This guy is very much backhanded.
I'm sorry, I tend to go on sometimes.
Oh, with the years I kind of start to appreciate his sarcasm. Even if he is kind of like behind the back a bit, no.
The market district should be your first stop. TAMIR is quite well known there. Well, except for that last job you were on. I wouldn't have wanted to be there for that.
Alrighty. Let's go ahead and do our first investigations.
Die, thief! Please, someone do something! Let me go!
Have a citizen we can save.
Die, thief! Thief! You are filth!
Thief, you are filth.
Thief! You are filth! Infidel, die! Give up! You know it! Run! You cannot run forever!
Run.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll find a way to repay this kindness, I swear it.
You're a good man for having helped us. I'm here to repay the favor.
Alrighty. Let's have a look around.
Now comes the English king and his infidel army. They leave horrors in their wake. Al-Hadin rides to meet him, that these barbarous acts might be avenged. Pray that God...
So that's one of these generic speeches here that you can listen to all the time. Which means not really something we have to spend much attention towards.
I've got what you need. I'm sure of it. Die, thief! Please, someone do something.
Oh, another citizen we can save.
I like that in a customer.
Die, thief! You dare steal my presents? That will cost you your life! Die, thief!
Hey, Gislek, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, dude. And how's it going? How was the stream today? I hope you had a good time.
You dare steal my presents? That will cost.
How was Yakuza today?
You dare steal my presents?
And yeah, welcome into AC1 with our No HUD challenge. We currently arrived in Damascus and we're now doing the investigation for the first target.
Alarislik! You're a dead man! I'll have your head! Maybe you haven't noticed.
Praise God, you've saved me. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
What? Who's done this? Tell me!
I mean, that sounds like a productive afternoon, Gislek, I would say.
How could this have happened?
But on the homeless guy turning his life around. And yeah, No HUD has been great so far. Like, this is definitely the game I played the most so far without the HUD in the series. And it's also the game, of course, that has been designed with that in mind the most as well. So yeah, I didn't have to look at the map like even once yet. And yeah, it's been lots of fun for sure. Can always recommend playing this without the HUD because that was the initial intention of the developers. And it wasn't until very late in development they added the HUD because they thought that people needed more hand-holding. After the first initial playtest, I guess.
Citizen.
Citizen.
You look like you need something. You'll find it here.
Also, hey, Aura, welcome in.
Too many things.
Citizen.
You are wise indeed, which is why you've come to me. Come, people. Come see what I have to offer.
Let's have a look in the bazaar.
For today only, I've decided to reduce prices on everything.
Hey Varot, welcome in. Also going Sunny, thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in raiders. It's a double raid. I guess like also just raided us. Exactly, Gisek. It makes perfect sense now, doesn't it? But yeah, how's it going everyone? Maxi, welcome back. Also hey Vatalion, welcome in dude. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, how was the rest of Resident Evil 2? I hope you had a good time. And yeah, welcome to everyone else to AC1 and our No HUD challenge. So essentially we're playing through the entire Assassin's Creed series without the minimap and anything else that is kind of considered to be part of a HUD. And yeah, the challenge is gonna be real because I also won't allow myself to use any fast travel in any game, and I also can't use the map except for once an hour, essentially. So yeah, it's gonna be definitely the most immersive run I've done so far on the series. Oh nice, you got the playthrough finished? Hell yeah, GG's Rod. That's awesome. So yeah. So what's next then for you? I mean, Ancestors is actually really good, Gislek. It might take a while to kind of like really get into the game and kind of get the hang of the mechanics and how it works. And also maybe to start feel like more appreciation for the game. It's definitely a rough start, but it's totally worth sticking through because Ancestors, I think I ended up spending like 50 hours on, even though it wasn't like necessary, and I honestly really enjoyed it. It's definitely, you know, an innovative game in a way. There's not many games that do stuff like that anymore. For
today only, I've decided to reduce better items anywhere else. Welcome. I have everything you'll ever need.
Next we'll be back to an awake, but doing an in-depth run. Oh yeah. Does it also include the kind of like director's comment, or how that was called? Because there's like a mode in an awake, right, where they kind of like talk about specific scenes and stuff. I believe.
I'll have your hand for that.
You're wondering why you had 3 taps on me? You were looking on both Rod and Kisleck. There you go, Maxi. Yeah. I love when it happens, you know, when you just have like the same person like multiple times. Yeah, Aura, I mean, when after my last kind of like No HUD challenge on the series, there's definitely been games like AC1 where it's like quite easy to navigate. But there's also games like the Ezio Saga where the game has been built much more around the idea of like having to use a minimap essentially. And yeah. With those games, it's quite a challenge, to say the least. One of the toughest, in my experience. World record for Ancestors is almost 6 hours for Evolution Run. Yeah, I mean the world record for Valhalla speedrun is like 9.5 hours or something. And that's not full completion, that's just playing for the main story, I think.
You, sir, You look like you need something. You'll find it here. I'm sure of it.
Why are they doing that?
10.5, yeah, something around 10 hours.
You won't be disappointed.
Not sure exactly.
Such a strange man. God save him. He's gone.
I got you right, that definitely makes sense too. I know you have like lots of games you want to still get to until the end of October.
You've no reason to stand here. Leave.
Okay, let's have a look around the bazaar. If there's any investigations.
I've much to sell. My good people, your search has come to an end. I've anything anyone could possibly need.
Hey the amateur, welcome in. I'm doing very good. Yeah, I started off my series run of playing the games without the HUD. So, yeah, very cool challenge that I haven't done in quite a while. At least with the games like back-to-back essentially.
Make room.
So I've been definitely enjoying that.
I've got what you need. I'm sure of it. Take a look. See if I'm not right. You there. Yes, you. Come.
Oh yeah, Aura? So I guess there's just like a kind of like glitch that you can abuse then.
Die, thief.
Not sure actually, Gistek.
Thief. You are filth.
Thief. Or filth.
You dare steal in my presence? That will
You
cost
need
you your
something?
life!
What have I done wrong?
I
need monster. I'm poor. I'm sick and
You will not get away from me!
Your life now. And no chance against God is on my side. You're used to die. So be it.
Hey, the thief command makes it on, eh?
How did this happen? Such a shame. Who did this?
Okay, that sounds like a psycho move right there, Aura.
Praise God, you've saved me.
But hey, the ways you do to beat the game as fast as possible, am I right? Oh, the vigilantes are helping me. Nice. Let's go out of here.
You hide like a rat.
You hide like a rat.
Some lives are lost in its defense. Seems a tragedy, but I say
You do well to hide.
die in service to God, fighting for what we believe in. There is no greater glory than this. South comes the English
Yeah, 1 or 2 Aura.
infidel army.
Like if they actually kind of like look up the code for the game or something, and that gives them insight into how some cutscenes might be triggered. Or is it just by like chance, you know?
You want it, I've got it.
Curse him! Curse the Christian king and his army.
Good day, my dear. You'll find everything here, my friend. There's nothing I do not have. Like what you see? Die, thief! You are filth!
What have I done wrong?
The NPC took a knee to the head.
I've anything anyone could possibly need. Die, thief!
Assassino.
This is a waste of your time.
I will do enough with.
Assassino.
That's the Assassino I was thinking about.
safely. All the city will know of your sacrifice.
I'll have your head! Don't get away from me! You've two sides to lie.
I love using the vigilantes here. Yeah. Thank you for holding them. Oh, we're definitely saving lots of citizens, yeah?
Where is the one responsible?
Where is Gisek?
Yes, come. You'll find everything here, everything I have. There's nothing I do not have. See what I found of never finding. I have exactly what... Like what you see? I have many things.
Dirty thief! I'll have your hand for that!
Get another citizen. Let's try to find an investigation for now.
Drove a caravan in those days between Damascus and Jerusalem. But recent
That's one.
have been poor. It seemed there were none in Jerusalem who wanted what he had, fruits and vegetables from nearby farms. Some say, were it not for Tamir, Salah ad-Din's men would have surely turned on him. Could be we won
Like a turn on you?
because of that man. What's he doing that for?
What's he doing that for? It's funny he didn't ask the question before. Alright, we gotta follow him and we gotta beat him up.
Oh, you foul little wretch!
You seem to know quite a bit about Tamir. Tell me what he's planning.
I know only the stories I tell, nothing more.
A pity. There's no reason to let you live if you've nothing to offer in return.
Wait! There is one thing.
Continue.
He is preoccupied as of late. He oversees the production of many weapons.
What of it? They're meant for Salah ad-Din. This does not help me, which means it does not help you.
No, stop, listen! Not Salah ad-Din. They're for someone else. The crests these arms bear, they are different, unfamiliar. It seems Tamir supports another, but I know not who.
Is that all?
Yes. I've told you everything I know.
Then it's time for you to rest.
Eva Orochi? Yeah, it's like funny when, like in general, you know, when like guards are like, you know, trying to investigate the murder of like maybe 20 other guards, you know, if I was the guard, I would be like, okay, I'm out of here before I'm the next. Where is Aura? Enjoy the coffee. Tamir has little faith in the men who work for him. He oversees the work himself. I would turn this to my advantage. He will be too preoccupied to notice my approach. Right, we need technically one more investigation before we can start going for Tamir.
What's wrong with him?
before you to deliver a warning. Should Richard take Joppa, there will be no stopping him. He will march on Jerusalem next. We must end this before it has a chance to begin. That city is ours, has always been ours.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while. I mean, I didn't do Odyssey at all this year, so the DLCs weren't included there either. And then in 2022, I did play through Odyssey, but I skipped on the DLCs. So the last time I played them were like exactly 2 years ago, essentially.
That will cost you your life. Dirty thief, I'll have your hand for that.
But yeah, this time I want to play all the main titles, including the DLC, with the exception of AC3 DLC. Because I feel like playing Tyranny of King Washington is miserable enough, you know, no need to add like No HUD on top of it. Especially since it's kind of like ridiculous to navigate in general sometimes, so I feel like that would be an awful experience combining No HUD and Tyranny.
Dirty thief, I'll have your hand for that.
It's been ages since you have as well. Yeah. So how long has it been for you? But yeah, those DLCs, I guess I can't really stomach for more than every few years at this point. But I thought, you know, like, seeing the environments of, like, Atlantis and stuff in No HUD is actually gonna be gorgeous, for one. And, yeah, this time I just really don't wanna, like, not include content if it still might be important overall. And, of course, even though I have my issues with both DLCs, I guess they still have important things they add to the series. Especially Fate of Atlantis, of course, in terms of, like, Layla and stuff. So I wanna experience the whole story again, as long as like a main title, essentially. I won't include Liberation and Bloodlines though, so I won't be playing the side games.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
100% understand? Yeah, that DLC is like awful enough, you know. No need to add a challenge on top. Same for you, Stan? Yeah. Yeah, for me it's also the fact that the Odyssey DLCs feel a bit grindy, especially Fate of Atlantis. So if you play it too often, it can feel a bit like a slog sometimes. Ah, that one, Rod. Yeah, I do remember that one.
That will cost you your life, dirty.
Was a fun challenge to actually watch. Eve, you are filth. I think I have to add that as an insult, shouldn't I?
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel also the main titles are just more designed around the idea of playing without the HUD. I think playing without the HUD in Bloodlines would be a bit awkward, actually. That's also the fact that I haven't played Bloodlines that often.
That will cost you your life.
So, you know, with games like AC1 and the others, I have memorized so many things about where missions start and where to go, where I can find certain stuff that I don't need a minimap quite as much, but if I will be playing Bloodlines, I definitely need a minimap, I think.
Please, someone do something.
And with Liberation too, you know. Like those are still my lesser played AC games.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
I have your hand for that? Yeah, Maxi, I mean, that would be definitely convenient if you want to set me that, because then I don't have to go ahead and record it myself.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
Thought change would be interesting with Odyssey. I guess you also gotta count the amount of malakas you're gonna be hearing, because it's gonna be a lot of them.
You dare steal in my presence?
Malaka, I'm on fucking fire. Get some water.
You dare steal in my presence? That will cost you your life.
Please, someone do something.
Wow, that's definitely quite some while ago, Stan.
You dare steal in my presence?
But you guys had lockdown, I would imagine. Yeah, that's the other thing, you know, like navigating the camera is quite awkward in Bloodlines, but that's of course because it's just like another platform it's been released for than PC.
You dare steal in my presence?
That will cost you your life, thief! I'll have your hand for that!
I think so too, Rod, you know? Like, just constantly setting people ablaze.
Dirty thief!
Probably have a Malaka every 5 minutes.
Let me go.
Also, hey there, Kenway, welcome in.
I've done nothing wrong.
Dirty thief! I'll have your hand for that!
You will die! Yeah!
Would you come along when you did? Another minute and they would have made off with you.
283 Malakas. That's a lot.
What happened?
But it's still less Malakas than you had high precision Garrus, right? And you have like over 300 high precision Garrus at some point. Actually insane. You did, Kenway? That sucks. I hope you get back to health soon again. I hope it's nothing severe. Oh, look at that. An Informer challenge. Now this could be all kinds of things. Since he's on a rooftop, it might be that I have to deliver a letter across rooftops. Now those missions kinda suck in the No HUD because you have no idea where you have to go. So this is like one of those missions, if it is that one, where you really kinda like need a minimap to find the spot you have to go to. But who knows? Also, hey there, Viewer, welcome in. Good morning. 392, your previous best was 288. Jesus, yeah. That's a lot. I don't think I've ever had more than 100 high precision Garrus, and that includes like doing completionist runs. But it's kind of funny because when I actually playtested some Origins on console, I did also notice that for some reason the console version has like high precision Garrus happening like more frequently. I don't know why, but it must be kind of like enrooted deep in the code or something. Like how often it triggers. That's kind of funny. I gotcha, Kenway. Well, I hope that with a bit of rest and stuff, you're gonna, you know, get back to 100% soon.
Safety and peace, Altair.
Yeah, it's a freaking delivery.
Information to aid you in your strike against Tamir. I fear I've nothing to offer. But Bahir might. He shouldn't be too far from here.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to randomly find the person we're looking for. But there's a good chance I'm not gonna find the dude. Just gonna follow like a general parkour path here. Maybe it's the right direction.
You're hurting me.
Oh. Wasn't where I was supposed to go. Okay, I still have another 50 seconds.
Everywhere they ride, they leave only suffering in their wake. They say it's a crusade. A crusade for what?
Oh, there you are.
So they've sent you.
Nice, I found it.
An interesting choice, though not my place to judge. The RAFIQ has asked me to observe the souk that Tamir calls home. Here's what I have learned. There's a group of troublemakers who gather around its southeastern exit. They and the guards do not get along. Find a way to earn their friendship, and they'll surely be of service to you.
So it kind of makes sense that there's actually a bigger time window if it's also been designed for No HUD, right? Because finding these guys is kind of like a bit luck-based. I mean, if you know where to look, then it's of course easier to find, but I could have like searched for all the rooftops essentially there. I think usually the positioning of the initial quest starters kind of give you an indication about where you might be going, because it's usually facing their back away from him most of the time. 20 times in 7 hours of Origins, Maxi? Yeah, And you're playing it on PlayStation? So across all my playthroughs, whenever I check my high precision Garrus, I've actually had like a rough 1 per hour high precision Garrus in Origins. It's funny how it happens. Yeah, there just must be like a difference between the PC and the console version, I think. Jermaine and Federico. Yeah, this is like part of the Director's Cut edition, I think it is. Like this kind of like Informer challenge. Just use the ego? Yeah. Well, they got rid of it apparently. Maybe it has something to do with Basa. I gotcha, Maxi. I mean, I think Origins is honestly one of the most satisfying games to 100%. Like, it is probably the game I 100%ed the most amount of times. Because not only have I done it like almost every time I played it on stream, but also like off stream I've done a couple of playthroughs where I've also done 100% runs. So I must have played for Origins doing 100% at least 7 or 8 times now. And yeah. But that doesn't include the trophies for, like, you know, doing all the achievements and stuff. Just like clearing the map and the quests and stuff, essentially. Yeah, Odyssey. I mean, I also had a good time overall with Odyssey and doing like most of the content, but one thing I found is there's just been too many camps that look the same, whether kind of like minor. That was kind of annoying, I thought, you know, because at some point they just start looking the same. In Origins, I felt like every location felt kind of like handcrafted and unique. And also like the amount of like side quests with kind of like mediocre writing. Whereas in Origins, you know, I was like pretty much always invested into the side quests too. But in Odyssey, it's like, I killed your martyr and fucked your pater. It's like Odyssey's side quest writing in a nutshell, you know? I think it's because it doesn't feel like grinding, really. Yeah. I mean, I guess if it appeals to one player. I reckon there's lots of players that would probably feel it's grindy, but for me, it definitely doesn't feel that way. I think what's great with Origins is there's just so many story stuff that's like inserted into the game world, either through side quests or like even notes you can find, you know. So for me, in Origins, it felt like worth exploring like every nook and cranny of the world, really.
Has he lost his mind?
Amazing. Elias goes down. Parkour's down. I jump on the fence and he's like, have you lost your mind? Why are you parkouring? I would never do that. But yeah, now we have essentially finished the investigation. Like, only 2 are needed for this one, so I can head to the Assassin Bureau, I guess. And start. We could, of course, also try to find more investigations, like try to learn more about our target. Also have gotten this note here. Once I've alerted the guards to my presence, it might be nice to have a man or 2 on my side. They will provide a welcome distraction, buy me time to escape. I should seek out such men, befriend them, turn them to my cause. So that's the map of the souk, and on the southeast there's like a citizen I can save to essentially get us vigilantes to save us. But we don't need those. Yeah, Rod, that is like hands down one of the worst quests ever. The one with the lost love. Like, holy shit. I don't ever want to play that again in my life. Yeah, that's fair too, Maxi. I definitely feel the same, you know. I will admit I can also play Odyssey for quite a long time too. But Origins is just more satisfying for me. He must be in a rush, she must be pretty. I think it's, yeah, he must be late and she must be beautiful, or something like that. But quite close. Yeah, I don't blame you for not including that rod because it seems a bit out of place, I guess, you know. You don't even meet the character on Kefalonia either, or have like anything else in connection to her, so yeah. This is one of my insert lists. You break something, you idiot? It's not, no. But yeah, you can always, like, if you actually want to have like something as a sound bit that you might be hearing in the game, you're free to actually clip that. You know, like you can clip, for example, like, gonna break something, you idiot, and I will see that in my clip list, and I will then record it and add it to the insert list. Like, guaranteed, if it's like something that I enjoy too. So, yeah, you can always do that as well, if you like. I cannot die, I'm beautiful. Yeah, because that's a totally valid reason not to die. Like, ugly people should die. And beautiful people should live. No, you don't understand. I have nothing. And how about us? We don't have any money either. We just have hidden blades. Can't buy shit with that. Yeah, the music is so good, isn't it? I have to say I also quite enjoyed the bro theme in Mirage. I like how this one has like just a really dark, dreamy vibe about it. Yeah, no worries then. Just like a general thing, if you feel like up to it or motivated, definitely always feel free to do that. Yeah, they do look cozy, don't they? They actually chills here every time before a big assassination. Meditate. Literally called the meditation of the assassin. Oh really, Aura? I mean, that does sound like a Pokemon plot. It's kind of funny how this is like not really going down straight, right? Almost like there's wind blowing against it. Which, I mean, that's kind of like the wind direction, right? According to Ideas Clothes. But you have to ask yourself, where's the wind coming from? Never mind. Yeah, I just thought there were too many of those, you know. Now, if you do a playthrough of Odyssey where you just don't do completionists, I think they're actually quite nice because they're a good source of income and resources. But if you decide to do like full completionists and all the chems, then yeah, it's just a bit too many, I guess. Cry in the corner. Go, meditate, cry in the corner, whatever you do. Yeah, that's another thing with Odyssey. Like, Odyssey has so much micromanagement. I mean, microtransactions too, but that also goes for Origins and Valhalla. But yeah, the amount of micromanagement you have to do in Odyssey is on another level sometimes. Very true, Rod. Yeah. It's a nice throwback to kind of like also MASYAF, you know, and the voices we have there. In a way. That's nice they recur in Brotherhood. But yeah, let's go ahead and prepare for the assassination.
Altair, welcome, welcome. I've done what you asked. Now give me the marker. First things first. Tell me what you know. Tamir rules over the Souk El Salah. He makes his fortune selling arms and armor and is supported by many in this endeavor. Blacksmiths, traders, financiers. He's the largest death dealer in the land. And have you devised a way to rid us of this blight? A meeting is being arranged at Souk El Salah to discuss an important sale. They say it's the largest deal Tamir has ever made. He'll be distracted with his work. That's when I'll strike. Your plan seems solid enough. I give you leave to go. Let Al-Mualim's will be done. You may rest here until you're ready.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Alrighty. Tamir is meeting his merchants within Souk El Salah today to discuss the most important sale. Being insecure as he is, he'll be entirely focused on his work, ignoring all else around him. Approaching him at this point is the wisest course of action. This is when I strike. Hey, Leonardo. Yeah, upgrading stuff in Odyssey is so freaking expensive, which is why I've upgraded very rarely. Like, at some point I just stuck to upgrading my stuff every 10 levels, because once you reach level 11, 21, 20, 21, 31, etc. unlock like the next kind of like percentage upgrade, right, for a gear set. And I cared more about the percentages than I cared about base stats of like base damage or like base defense or something, so I just ended up not upgrading stuff for ages until I reached like the next level threshold, essentially. Because it's just too freaking expensive. Like, the amount of grinding you have to do is insane. Like, even if you do completionists, that's not enough resources to upgrade everything you want to upgrade sometimes.
Could I interest you in some of my wares? Welcome. I have everything you'll ever need.
Leave, peasant, before I make you.
Yeah, that's another thing, like upgrading the freaking address here. And then not only that costing like so many resources, but also these freaking tablets, which are locked behind locations that you have to find first. Because at some point I had enough resources, but I didn't have enough of these freaking tablets. Fortunately, you can, I guess, buy the tablets at regular blacksmiths sometimes, and shopkeepers. But yeah, it is definitely annoying sometimes. Oh, sorry.
I could have been killed. Coins. All I ask is for a few coins.
There we are.
No, you
just have a look. I have no interest in your calculations. The numbers change nothing. Your men have failed to fill the order, which means I have failed my client. We need more time. This is the excuse of a lazy or incompetent man. Which are you? Neither. What I see says otherwise. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do to solve this problem of ours? These weapons are needed now. I see no solution. The men work day and night, but your client requires so much, and the destination. It is a difficult route. Would that you could produce weapons with the same skill as you produce excuses. I have done all I can. It is not enough.
Then perhaps you ask too much.
Too much? I gave you everything. Without me, you would still be charming serpents for coin. All I ask in return was you fill the orders I bring you. And you say I ask too much? You dare disrespect me?
Peace, Tamir. I meant no insult.
Then you should have kept your mouth shut.
No! Stop!
Stop? I'm just getting started.
No! Stop!
You came into my souk, stood before my men, and dared to insult me? You must learn your place!
No. Leave the body. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Think it twice before you tell me something cannot be done. Now get back to work.
What a piece of shit.
Where did you learn your craft?
Listen here, citizen.
I can sell this. Melt it down and try again. And if it comes out just as poorly, if you gets melted down next.
Just a few coins, please. Yes, like, we get it. You made your point.
You begged me for this position. Swore none could do as well as you.
Yeah, no kidding, Rod. He did the bully McGuire big time. We could actually throw him in
I don't understand what you...
scaffolding there.
Your stall is filled with goods. It should be your purse that's filled with coin. Why can't you sell these things? It isn't difficult.
Perhaps you are not trying hard enough. Do you require motivation?
What a piece of shit. Air assassination Gisek. And we could attempt, I guess. But I'm just trying to listen to what he has to say. I'm gonna figure out a way of how to best kill him.
Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Where did you learn your craft? I can sell this. Melt it down and try again. And if it comes out just as poorly, it be you gets melted down next. I've held my own against far worse than
Freaking hell. Idea wouldn't jump, but instead go down. Which meant that he actually detected us there. Freaking hell. Well, I guess we're doing it this way then. Where did you learn your craft? I watch the crafting tutorial lessons each week to learn. That's how I learned it here, apparently. But he's such an asshole. Where he says, like, do you need motivation, essentially meaning, like, you want me to kill you as well and throw you into the, you know, water? It's a bit tricky to tell when it works even with the HUD on. Yeah, it's something you have to kind of, like, get the perfect height for. Yeah. Kind of have to go high profile and then it tells you if you can assassinate or not. Of course, you don't have an option without the HUD because you don't even have a puppeteer. So, yeah, can't tell that. It's something you have to kind of like learn, I guess, from where you could probably do it. No stealth from this time? Well, stealth is no requirement overall. I mean, obviously, I wanted to stealth kill this guy. But it's not a requirement. The challenge is no HUD, and that means I can take over missions however I want to. As long as I finish the missions, because that's a challenge enough of itself. Was actually no HUD all written together, Rod. There you go, that's the one. Did I actually write it correctly in... Oh, sorry. I kinda like miswrote that in the title. Sorry, that's my bad. Let me take care of it. Now, I kinda wonder, like, can I go back to stealth and then try to assassinate him still? I don't know. Oh, he's actually going up here. Interesting. Yeah, follow me, dude. Over here. Tamir is actually following me up here. Oh, freaking amazing. Oh, he fell down. Come up here. Question is when he's actually gonna die to 4 damage.
Out of the way! Move! I'll take you down!
Okay, how about you guys come over here?
Out of the way!
That's the right way.
I will catch you! This won't be too difficult.
What? Scaffolding didn't actually get destroyed by me throwing him there. It doesn't take damage from scaffolding apparently. That's interesting. Alright, now it's you and me, Tamir.
Be at peace. You'll pay for this. You and all your kind.
It seems you're the one pays now, my friend. You'll not profit from suffering any longer.
You think me some petty death dealer, suckling at the breast of war? A strange target, don't you think? Why me, when so many others do the same?
You believe yourself different, then?
Oh, but I am. For I serve a far nobler cause than mere profit. Just like my brothers.
Brothers?
Ah, but he thinks I am. I am but a piece. A man with a part to play. You'll come to know the others soon enough. They won't take kindly to what you've done.
Good. I look forward to ending their lives as well.
Such pride. It will destroy you, child.
City alert. Return to the Bureau while anonymous to complete your mission. No HUD means no subtitles. Hard mode. Yes, no HUD means no puppeteer, no minimap, no status indicator, no health bar. Anything that kind of gives you any information about how much health you're having, where you are located, navigating is all turned off. And I'm doing this for like all the games in the series essentially. And there's also additional rules, of course, as it mentions in the command, which is that I can't use fast travel. And I can only look at a map once an hour. Speaking of which, another in-game hour has passed, so we are now at 3 looks we can have at the map. Okay, let's find the burrow. So we're looking for a green domed rooftop essentially. Ah, there it is. That's the assassin burrow. Well, subtitles we're gonna be having on actually. I won't consider those being part of a HUD because they don't give you any gameplay advantage and they're also kind of like independent from your HUD options in every game. The thing is, this game doesn't actually have any subtitles. Like, this is the only game in the series that didn't have subtitles. But starting with AC2, we're still gonna have subtitles because it doesn't matter, like gameplay wise, you know, to have them on or not. So whenever we have the option to have subtitles on, I will have them on, because also kind of like an accessibility type of thing for me. Because best case scenario, I want to make or have everyone be able to understand what's going on. But yeah, this game just never had a mod or like a patch kind of like implementing subtitles. But can we make the story a bit more harder to understand on the first time playing this for sure? Yeah, I guess like also foreign concept wasn't it?
Has reached me of your victory, Altair. You have my gratitude and my respect. Thank you. It is a shame that the other assassins continue to hold you in such poor regard.
RAFIQ, I do not care what the others think of me.
As you wish, Altair. You should bring news of your victory to Al-Malik. I'm certain he has more work for you to do.
Fast forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Target has been eliminated. Tamir spoke of others, brothers he called them, and said that soon I would come to know them well. Strange as though he seems to know the assassins, and referred to Al-Mualim directly. I would best speak to the master about this.
Out of the machine, Mr. Miles?
What's the matter, Doc?
Miss Stillman is once again insisting I let you rest.
Yeah, that's another foreign concept to Abstergo, taking a rest. Both for themselves and also for their subjects. Mr. the Dickhead.
So, feel like telling me who put the stick up his ass?
We have a deadline. 1 week. Well, 6 days now.
Deadline?
I can't talk about it.
Man, put yourself in my shoes. I'm being held hostage by a group of scientists, at least I think you're scientists, and forced to spend all day in some crazy-ass machine. You won't tell me what you're looking for or why you want it, but I'm supposed to be thanking you for keeping me alive. This is so fucked. Sorry, but it is.
What do you want me to do?
Let's see, I don't know. Maybe give me some answers?
I can't. And it's better this way. Safer.
Safer for who?
Both of us.
Lucy indicating there that it's not all by her choice either, right? At least that's what she's trying to sell us. Well, I guess you now know Gilsec what's up his ass. Giant stick.
Hey, you know what? I've got a question I think you can actually answer.
What's up?
Why is it that sometimes the guys in there talk like they're from the future?
The future?
I mean the present. Now, today, whatever.
You've probably noticed that English has become the official language of the Holy Land.
So this is to all the complaints about ALTAIR'S sounding so American. Now, the game actually provides us with a canon explanation for why, you know, it might not always be 100% authentic, you know, language or accents or whatever, because similar to the game itself, you know, the Animus is a simulation. And it of course has to translate stuff, you know, which is also why some things might get lost in translation, or some of the terms couldn't be translated because they are so prominent in the initial language, like with Italian and AC2, with like insults and stuff, you know. But ultimately, the Animus is trying to translate in real time as well, right? I mean, at least canonically speaking. And I think it's great that this game actually gives us an explanation here as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
The Animus is translating speech it deems vital into more modern English, so expect a few anachronisms. I could probably make it more authentic, but... You ever read Chaucer?
Who?
Yeah, definitely not for you.
Sumerian dog jokes? Yeah. Exactly.
Can you tell me more about Abstergo? What goes on here? Beyond the whole keeping me prisoner thing.
Abstergo is one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. Their primary focus is antidepressants. There's some information on the computer over there.
But you already said this isn't about testing a drug. So what's the deal?
I don't like where this is going.
So it's safe to assume the Animus is not a part of their public face.
What, you haven't seen the commercials?
Oh my god. She has a sense of humor.
I'm sorry, Desmond. I've got a lot of work to do. Like I said, if you want to know more about the company, take a look at the computer. The telecommunication stuff is particularly interesting.
Man, I just thought about... Desmond? about Mirage again, you know. I think it's a massive missed opportunity that they didn't have much of a modern day. Especially since it kind of like starts, you know, with like William Mouths talking about Basem and everything, you know. It would have been a big opportunity, but back to the roots also means, you know, back to having like a meaningful modern day again. At least like give us maybe an ending scene as well with a modern day, you know, maybe giving us some more insight into what Basem is currently up to, you know. Or William, whatever. But, you know, this really is like the main storyline AC1 right here, you know, like even though you're going back and you spend more time with ALTAIR, you know, this is the important storyline. And the main storyline, and the whole reason we have the historic part is because of the storyline. So, it would be great if more games kind of try to make that, you know, kind of like center of the stories again. But nowadays, it's gotten to a point where it's most of the time not appealing to the Assassin's Creed fans, but even less appealing to newcomers that are kind of like, oh, I'm getting thrown out of the historical part and that's the only thing I care about, so why should I care about these modern day characters? And then some even stop playing, you know, because they just don't want to deal with the modern day, because it's often not written so good, nor interesting enough for newcomers. I guess either way, you know, it doesn't really appeal to either. That being said, I think Valhalla again was a step in the right direction. I think Valhalla again had a meaningful modern day story. with very deep consequences for the future. Very good throwbacks to earlier modern day parts in the series. And, you know, had like also an ending that was directly connected the historical and the modern day part, you know. So Valhalla for me was the best modern day we had since AC3 and Black Flag, really. So Mirage was like a big step back again, I think. And that's ironic, I think, because Mirage is literally about the new modern day protagonist, at least according to the end of Valhalla, of course. Very true, Rod, yeah. At some point, I guess the public wide is gonna have access to the Animus. Won't take that much longer. I mean, Unity's and Syndicate's modern day was very bare bones. I mean, Syndicate at least had like proper scenes, but even those I thought were more like a gimmick, you know, often. Like you didn't really learn that much about modern day through those scenes. But the interesting stuff that's about modern day Unity and Syndicate is actually kind of like locked behind collectibles. You know, like in Syndicate you have like the Animus glitches, or however they're called, the Helix glitches. You could collect those and find like really interesting like text and audio files. In Unity, same thing with the rifts. You kind of like finish them and then get like info about modern day. But it's just not presented in a way that's like super interesting, or you have to have like quite attention span, you know, to kind of like actually stick with it and try to read all of it. I would definitely try to shove the modern day in the background more and more. Until Origins try to kind of like reboot and give us another protagonist, but I feel like Layla already wasn't super likable in Origins. I mean, she was alright, I guess, but found it difficult to kind of like root for her. And when Odyssey just made it so much worse, like Layla in Odyssey is so bad, like holy shit. But that's of course a result of the awful writing for modern day more. And Layla in general being like a bad character or something, which she's not, I don't think. And then Valhalla just tried to salvage everything, but I think they did a pretty good job doing that. Yeah, you really try to push that aside, you know, like they did the Juno plotline into the comic, like into other media. Because they know that the hardcore fans are the most likely to buy that stuff, right? Like, who would buy comics for a gaming series? Of course, the hardcore fans. So why don't you make like a storyline that's more interesting to the hardcore fans into a medium that most hardcore fans will enjoy, right? It makes sense, I guess. But they should realize that the interest in general in those comics probably isn't that large, you know, like for a lot of even hardcore fans, they have like no desire to read the comics or additional media, you know, they just want to play the games. And that goes mostly for me as well. And then to make the decision to kind of like throw the most important storyline into a side media is just like slap in the face, really. Yeah, fair enough, Aura. And I don't blame you, you know, because the game kind of like really starts with the historical part. You know, that's what kind of like you get attached to first. In AC1 it's very different, you know, kind of like start in the historical part, but you can barely make out anything. It's like all glitchy and stuff, and you immediately get pulled out into the modern day. And that's the story it really starts with in AC1. You know, Black Flag being quite different. And same goes for most AC games nowadays, where they start you off in the historical part and the modern day comes much later. But it's no wonder, you know, the people who just don't know about the modern day are like, what is this bullshit, you know, why I have to deal with this? Who's this character? I don't care, you know. Probably be the same if I started with Black Flag and hadn't played the other games before. I don't blame you, Rod. It's gonna be tricky to actually figure out like a good way to cut it and make the right decisions of a modern day. More like wind up like Layla. It's kind of funny how often Layla gets mistaken for L-E-I-L-A, Layla from AC1, who's already dead at this point and totally different character. I saw so many Reddit posts already where they're like, Layla was already mentioned in AC1, did you realize? No, she wasn't. She's dead. That's why he's saying a wind up like Layla, because it's like a death threat. But the Vidic shouldn't have said that, because that's when Lucy starts investigating what really happened. Is it Aura? I mean, yeah, to be fair, Layla can be a bit annoying. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, in Origins, she was alright. I thought she was a bit too overconfident and arrogant at times, but there's also a bit of a character evolution going on, you know? And I was intrigued to see where the story goes from Origins, you know, like her joining the Brotherhood and stuff. But that's the first issue with Modern Day of Odyssey, I think, is that it totally skips those parts, right? You don't see her meeting the Assassins, you don't see her being part of, like, getting to be part of the Assassins. It just starts with her like, oh yeah, I found the Spear of Leonidas and I found the Book of Herodotus. Don't ask me how, it was just like buried under a couple of rocks. But I found all of this and now we're ready to go into adventure. You know, it skips everything of importance from Origins really. It doesn't even feature William Miles anymore, who was like a major character we met in Origins 2. And I think it already starts with issues there, to be honest. And then it just gets worse by how Layla is written. Being completely non-reflective as well, like of her actions, you know. Like, I'm not a bad person, I don't kill. Which is why I joined the Assassin Brotherhood, because I don't want to kill. You know. But then I have no issue, you know. I mean, the thing is, she already kills people in Origins. In Origins, they did a good job about it, because they basically start with Layla's best friend gets killed, and Layla knows she's next, and there's agents trying to kill her. So she's like, it's them or me. It's literally what she says, it's them or me. So she's fine with killing them because it means her survival, which makes sense, right? Like, it's only natural to try to defend yourself, and if it means that somebody's attacking you in a lethal manner, then I guess you're inclined to do the same. You know, makes sense. If she's forced to it. When Odyssey, she all forgot about it apparently. She's like, I'm not a bad person. I would never kill. It just, yeah, isn't a good continuation to say the least. Yeah, that's still so cool, I think, or if it's the game's actually available for the Switch. I mean, at some point I do want to get a Switch, and it would be awesome to kind of be able to play those games like, you know, on the go. Like traveling by train or something and just like booting up some Ezio's Family. Oh yeah. Ah, nice, Rod. Yeah, I mean, it's quite the undertaking, that project, you know, to kind of like edit all of that. So I don't blame you for like taking a break. Especially since it also requires quite a bit of recording. But that's cool that you kind of like worked on how to make it like smooth as a transition from like one frame to another without it looking like it's, you know, cut necessarily. Yeah, I guess like, that's the thing, you know, it just really needs like a team of writers that works independent from any studio, you know, that just kind of like tries to ensure a certain consistency, you know, like, You could call it quality control, maybe. Or, you know, like a lore master guild or whatever. And it won't be that difficult to find people that kind of like have memorized these stories well enough to remember little details like that, you know. All you have to do is go on YouTube, type in Assassin's Creed Origins short movie or full movie. It's like 4 hours or something, and you just watch that. You know, that's like half a work day, really. You make some notes on the sides. Okay, it's like a full work day. So you spend a full work day just like going through the story of a game, and then you have memorized it. And that means you can do a pretty good adaptation of that or a sequel, right? Because you actually know what the fuck happens. But I'm ashamed to say most of these creative directors don't even do that. I mean, talking about like Odyssey specifically. They like, literally have almost no idea what even happened in Origins because they simply didn't care. And you can tell that from interviews, because I watched lots of those, that they simply didn't care. They just cared about their own game. And that's it. Yeah, what is consistency? Keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means.
Aren't you tired?
Yeah, I guess I kind of try to go for something like that aura, you know, to kind of like make the staff a thing that kind of like corrupts Layla. And that is kind of like something she can't part with, but yeah. Yeah, Fate of Atlantis made me rage about Layla. Did Origins have elephants? Oh dear. You know, the ironic thing is, like, they literally are working with Origins assets as well, right? Like, they took Origins engine and assets, like, also with all the Greek architecture. It's, like, all basically laid out already in Origins with, like, the Greek architecture you can see there, and also with places like Sarene and stuff. Or Karanika. And also with, like, some of the animals and animal behavior, you know, and stuff. So how can you not know as a creative director that an elephant... I mean, it's not like it's just like a random bird or something, you know, it's like a freaking elephant, which also was several boss fights and like a major side activity. That was like in a previous game, and essentially something you could have also built into your own game, technically. So. Yeah, I mean, can't spend money on properly caring about the lore, right? Yeah, I mean, if you make your way to Karanika in Origins, and you go to, like, the beaches there, and, like, to the city, you know, and stuff, you can tell there's so much they use in Odyssey again. Which I don't mind, you know, because it looks amazing. And it makes sense, of course, like, Assassin's Creed has always reused assets on the same engine. But, yeah, I think it also means that the team behind Origins deserves a lot of credit for that, you know.
Man, I can't even change my clothes.
Okay, so we don't have a keycard yet, which means I can't get out of here yet. Which means this is all the modern day we can do for now. And I'm actually not gonna go back into the animals today anymore, because time's up. And this is all I'm gonna do for today. But yeah, I feel like we made some decent progress, you know, considering I took quite a lot of time to discuss stuff and talk about things, and not really rushing either, but we still got the first assassination done, so I'm happy with that. I think in general, AC1 No HUD is actually not gonna take much more time than a regular playthrough. In fact, it might even take less time than a completionist run, like doing, you know, all the investigations and stuff, because it's just really designed around the idea, right? But once you get to AC2, that's gonna change dramatically. because in AC2 it's gonna be much more difficult to actually find where the next main story starts and stuff like that. So, yeah. But for AC1 we are good for now. No worries, Rod. Thank you for being here, dude. And thanks also again for the raid earlier. Same to you as well, Gislik. Thank you guys for joining. And yeah, let's go ahead and quit the game here. No worries, Aura. Thank you also for being here. Bedtime, right. At like close to 6 PM. It's already past my bedtime actually. At this point I should have watched the Sandmännchen already. If you know what that is, Gislik. I mean, the Bassett is streaming, but I'm not sure if he's accepting raids right now. I'm just gonna do like a test raid just to see if he does. Oh, he does, cool. Oh, in that case we're actually gonna go and raid I'm in the Bassett today to see how he's doing. I know, do they know? I don't think so. I mean, Sandmännchen is a pretty German thing. But it's basically like a childhood or child's kind of like program for the evening. Like short kind of like stop motion animated stuff. And the thing was, at the end of that kind of like TV show, they were kind of like throwing stardust into the screen. And as a kid, you always thought that it was actually like hitting you and you were like getting sleepy. And I guess, like, psychologically, it kind of worked with lots of people. You know, since kids really thought, okay, this was, like, affecting me now. Verse Stan, catch you next time. Thanks for being here. So I want to give a couple of shoutouts before we go ahead and raid out I'm in a Bassett. I recommend people check out Maxi, Rod, Gislik and Lucinda. They're all big fans of Assassin's Creed and are playing the games on a frequent basis. Maxi recently finished Mirage. Now though he's taking a bit of a break from AC and he's working on both Marvel's Spider-Man 2, the new one. And also he's been starting Ghost of Tsushima, doing a Kurosawa mode meets LIFO challenge. Also definitely go ahead and check out Rod's channel, who's another massive fan of Assassin's Creed. He's still playing for Mirage for his first time on stream. He's already finished the game off stream before though. And you can catch it again tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow actually. So definitely check out that. And he's also doing a horror month at the moment where he's playing through all kinds of horror games, including Resident Evil 2, Alan Wake, Alien Isolation, Outlast and many more. Also check out Gislik. Gislik is currently playing for Yakuza Like a Dragon, and he's also doing a playthrough of AC1. I'm not sure actually, are you doing any specific playthrough for AC1, Gislik, or is it just like a kind of like a casual run or something? But yeah, if you want to see more of this game, definitely check out that playthrough over there. And also check out Lucinda, who's currently playing for Resident Evil 4 as well. She's also doing a horror month before she's going back to Assassin's Creed in November again. And then she's gonna make a start on Assassin's Creed Origins, being her first time. So yeah, definitely check out that as well. No worries, Rod. More than happy to give you shoutouts. casual run with more air assassination attempts and maybe more voting? Sounds like a plan. That's fun. A fun thing to do in AC1. Use those hidden mechanics. But yeah, let's start a raid where I'm in the bear suit. If you wanna join us for the raids, feel free to copy and paste those raid emotes. Cheers Rod also for attending that. And yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be streaming on the weekend. Probably not. But yeah, if I'm not streaming on the weekend, then I will be back on Monday with more of this. And yeah, I'm also gonna make a decision over the weekend what game we're gonna be playing on this side along with AC1. But for now, we're focusing a bit more on getting some good progress done here before we start another one at the side. So yeah, have a great rest of the day. I will catch you over at I'm in the Bear Suits for some Evil Within on the hardest difficulty, the Akumo mode, that's what it's called. And yeah, hope you all have a great start into the weekend. Until next time. In Japan it's called Psycho Break. I mean, that's probably a fitting name. Because you gotta be a psycho to even attempt it, don't you?